Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 15th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, and along with each and every one of the participants. We all have microphones, and you're all encouraged to share what you think you understand. And yes, we are here to serve and not to be served. I know Mr. Keshe put it another way. Find something to serve, not something that serves you. But again, as he's leaving it up to each and every one of us to investigate and open up this knowledge for ourselves, I think the onus becomes, again, it's all about you. And this is what the beautiful disclaimer says. And we've actually have a video of the disclaimer of the soul, and to see how this knowledge fits in with you and what you can take from it. And Mr. Keshe seems to lay out a perfect buffet for everyone to take something, or what the knowledge triggers within you. And I'm sure each and every workshop is a little bit different. What triggers me may not trigger you, and vice versa. So we're all, in a way, maturing of the soul, this enlightenment. And he's talking about so many beautiful things in these workshops. But before we go any farther and discuss today's program, let's bring up our World Peace Treaty if we can. And of course, we've heard of struggles, and they talk about jihad and all this, but somebody was saying that has a program about jihad. They were saying jihad is just another word for struggle. And then there's the bigger struggle, which is in a way improving yourself, let's say speaking, thinking, and acting good. And the lesser struggle is to improve the environment or the nation or the city that you're in. But I think by improving yourself, the larger, in a way, automatically gets improved or elevated. And of course, as we can see with all the conflicts going on, we haven't reached the collective awareness of humanity to start giving to create this position of change, or we haven't reached enough. I know many people are doing it on a regular basis and creating that peace through their wish or through their emotions or using their energies and their enlightenment. So, this is our World Peace Treaty, and this is what we're looking forward to more and more world leaders signing as they become more enlightened. But yet we still have a few. But as Mr. Keshe said, the love of the Creator is going to be, in a way, withdrawn from those who create war and foment war and promote the face of war. So he said we'll see in a very short time. But in the meantime, we continue to work on ourselves and to, of course, create the peace through this process. And of course, as we know, it's a two-step process in a way, probably more than that. But we will have a part of the program where we discuss the releasing of the GANS waters. And then, of course, we also have the collective work of our energies. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on any search engine. Very simple document. The world leaders, religious leaders will sign. And hopefully we'll get to a permanent, peaceful position on this planet so we can move to the next step, which probably is more interaction with the universal community. As we understand, that's pretty much a peaceful bunch. I guess there are a few that aren't in the correct position, or maybe they are. But for the most part, we don't see any wars or any conflicts or any sort of struggles going on in the universe when we look through our telescopes. And I'm sure the entities on the dimension of energy are even more perfect. So, would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And of course, as we see more and more of these conflicts, we're wishing more and more for peace, hopefully. But this has been the history of this planet. In the last 3,000 years, we've had 5,000 wars. And as Mr. Keshe said, even if we give you the advanced technology where you could do so many things that are only shown in science fiction movies, without the elevation of the soul of the man within one generation, 20 years, or within two generations, 40 years, you'll go right back to the same position, even if we give you the advanced technology of killing and trying to take from one another, I suppose. So the key is the enlightenment of the soul, and that's what all the teachings, he talked about this new path of teaching the enlightenment. And he said, perhaps by the 12th year, we'll all become more enlightened, or maybe we'll be able to put the past years of teaching together in a more comprehensive way. And there may be energies being provided on this planet for all of us to do that. But again, it's finding out more about you and yourself and correcting or improving or evolving the soul. As we know, and what he talked about in this workshop, is we're so enamored with the existence of the physicality, which he said no matter what part of the physicality, it's all crumbs. It's really the evolution of the soul in the energy dimension. But at the same time, he says we're universal teachers and we understand both the work of the physicality and the work of the energy dimension, and we live and exist and operate in both dimensions. So anyway, we have a lot to look forward to, but yet we have a lot of questions to ask ourselves, I think. And we still have, I believe, far to go. As he said, he's just opening up these teachings on enlightenment. And of course, I think there'll be some sort of a tool coming out called enlightenment, but we won't get into that. Maybe it's something you can play with in the future. So this is our World Peace Treaty. I'll read it if no one wants to read it. I'm sure we've all signed it. If we haven't signed it with a pen, we've certainly signed it with the soul. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. That's up for you to decide. Simply put your name and signature, date, position held. Very straightforward. Again, on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. And I think this last part is very important as well, to give others that strength. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. I think this treaty, if it was displayed and people will read it, they may be puzzled at first. Some of them may be upset, but I think it's in a way a plasma generator to give others the strength to say, I can reach this position. And as we know, achieving the permanent peace on this planet is not a day job. Just same way, it's not within our own structure. We're all working and trying to understand more and correct some of our behaviors. But again, employing this ethos of Mitra, the thinking good, the speaking good, and the acting good, I think you're fulfilling quite a lot of what you need to fulfill if you can stay on that path. And of course, I believe it also brings you quite a bit of shielding in a way, keeps you from interacting in a way in the wrong way. And of course, this was the gift of the three wise men that visited the new child called Christ, apparently. And the gifts were not gold and precious oils and incense. They were actually the idea of thinking good, speaking good, and acting good, which most of the Christians missed. At least I did, or it was never really told to me that way. It was just sort of presented the same way. They brought gifts because giving is good. But these other gifts, these are the ones we're talking about in a way on the energy level and the physicality. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can share it with others, but I think just you becoming more peaceful in a way will generate those fields of peace around you, and that will affect others. And then, of course, we can collaborate with these. But again, we're all on a journey, on an evolution in a way of the soul reaching its completeness as I understand it. Anyone else want to add anything else about the World Peace Treaty? Again, every time one of these wars perk up, we wonder why they have not gotten their act together. And of course, I think there's some things being done on the other side as well to help this process to bring to its completion. Again, this has not just been planned by Mr. Keshe, but this is something the universal community is, in a way, manifesting on this planet. With our help, of course, we have to bring it ourselves, but we're certainly backed by a massive amount of technology that's still misrepresented, but hopefully in the near future, that misrepresentation will see the beginning of the end of the misrepresentation of the Keshe cosmic ray plasma technology. If anyone was not impressed with our last workshop, please raise your hand. Or if anyone wants to share anything about our last workshop, you can also comment. I made some notes myself. Again, it was probably 35 or so minutes long, but it was very deep, as usually his teachings are. That's why he said mankind will be revisiting his teachings for many generations to come, many centuries, even perhaps millennia. It will take us to understand this. And of course, as he said, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to fully understand this knowledge. So perhaps this is the year, or perhaps next year, where we may get some interaction or more interaction. I think there's interactions already going on, but a more awareness of interaction with the larger family, or what we call this universal community. So what did Mr. Keshe talk about in the 594th workshop? Anyone want to mention anything? I know we're still back in trying to understand more about this time and how time is created, or are we always at the zero time? And of course, as he said, the time in the dimension of physicality is basically crumbs, even though we're so heavily weighted in this dimension of physicality. We think this is in a way, the beginning and the end. Let me just bring up our background if I can here. And of course, you can listen to my, in a way, summary of the workshop. We can take a look at the AI. None of it is absolutely wrong, although the AI without an emotion and a soul seems to sort of take the analysis or the summary in a different direction. He's talking about finding our twin soul. Again, this is just my interpretation of it. I always had thought the soul of physicality, in a way, rides the soul of the man across the universe, but perhaps that's only during the transmutation process. Once the soul separates from the physicality, I thought he said there's no more physicality and there's no more soul of physicality. It's gone too. So we have to find a twin, in a way, to start this creation. And of course, the fuller enlightenment will mean you'll probably partner with the creator rather than spend time in the physicality. But I'm not positive about that. But apparently, the creation needs the other key. It's the universe is just on one leg, and you are the other leg of this creation process. And of course, as we know, made the man in the image of myself. We're timeless, we're limitless. And it's more about your time in the universe as a soul than the time the soul spends in the physicality. But because we're so physical, it's all about trying to extend the physicality or improve the physicality. But again, he goes back and says we operate in both dimensions. We understand the physicality and the energy level, and we operate in both. I guess this is what universal teachers do. So this is what we talked about earlier about this new dimension of teachings that is coming called enlightenment. And this is where you become aware of perhaps something you weren't aware of, or many things that you weren't aware of. And we can apparently trace back the energies of the soul to some of its original, where it originally came from, the way we, in a way, track people on ancestry or other sort of things using DNA in the matter state. We can find out more about this cycle of the soul, or date the soul. These are all new concepts for me. I've never wondered, well, maybe I've wondered about it, but never thought you could actually date the soul. And of course, some souls are apparently further along in the process, even though we're all, in a way, here on the same sort of planet together. So everyone, as he said, he can teach the first graders as well as the seniors in college in this one classroom. And I think that's what we're all in. And we're looking for this evolution of the soul, the enlightenment, or reaching that. And then we need to, of course, learn more about time and how we divide time. It's quite again, once you understand something, as most of us know, it's very easy. Before you fully understand it, everything looks sort of disjointed, or how do I put this? If you watched a master at work with a potter's wheel or a painter or other things, makes it look so easy and so natural. And of course it is. It's just that we haven't trusted ourselves, or we've been denying the energy capability within our own structure. So we're looking for the twin soul. We use that term fairly loosely on this planet. I've heard many people say I found, well, not many, but a number of people have said they found their twin here, but apparently this is in the physicality and not really in the energy. Now we're going to match up, and maybe there's a number of positions we'll match up with different other entities in a way. I don't think one has to be inside the other, but again, I think there's some sort of how close do you have to be or sort of interact? Perhaps it's the soul of another galaxy or another place, or perhaps you'll find your way to the creator. And he said that this new knowledge with the new children of Mitra, I think they're already there, but some sort of enlightenment is happening, I think, to people who are being born now or coming into this period of this strength of energy on this planet. And again, this is the question, do we want to stay in the confinement of the Earth's magnetic fields and twin with the soul there, or find another and then create this physicality all over again, or find ourselves in another position in the universe if you're strong enough to reach that position? Or do you maybe you just want to return back to the physicality? So we can test the apparent strength of the soul, but this is all coming in the future, and maybe this is again, he said the way we sort of, when he talked about marking rays and how we can tell the different rays by their dimension and their strength, very similar to the way we can tell where different people, or we think we can tell where different people are from around this planet based on their shape or their color or something else. So there's, again, a lot to be learned about this, but this tracing back of the soul or this soul dating is quite new. I didn't know that that could be possible because apparently the soul is really not part of this planet in a way. The physicality is, we know it has every element found on this planet, but the soul seems to be more connected to the higher energies that come from deeper in the universe. What else can we say here about the children of Mitra? Yes, I was thinking about this virgin birth that perhaps when we start creating out of fields rather than through the physicality, these children of Mitra will help to enlighten us in a way. He said the children of Mitra are very few and far between in the universe. They're not a common occurrence. So these entities that are fully enlightened, I guess they're maybe 1%, or who knows what percent of them, but they're not the majority. And perhaps this is where we're going, but it's all up to you. He said Mitra is among us and she'll turn this planet upside down. Is that the knowledge or a physical actual person who we'll see here? Anyone want to comment on that or anything else I've just mentioned? He's talking about that second soul again. How does the soul survive in the universe? Another cycle in the universe? Apparently, when you go out in the universe, the soul arrives with no dimension of physicality, because I always, and I need to go back and review the teachings, but I thought the soul of physicality would travel maybe just only in the transmutation process. And that would be the twin you would sort of play off of, because he said it's the same soul and the same soul of physicality a number of times as I understood it, but perhaps I've misunderstood it. And the soul goes out rather lonely in a way. I remember him saying that in the past, where you're traveling perhaps in the universe for 10,000 years and you become lonely and you want to create something. And he said, no matter what you created in that position as a companion or someone, a twin in a way, it would be a Madonna to you. It would be the most beautiful thing, because now you'd have something to confirm your existence or to have a feedback through or to interact with. it does sound the same as the creator and Mitra in a way, or the dimension of energy, then using the Mitra or the dimension of physicality to confirm the existence and in a way to experience the physicality through. Again, this is quite a mystery, and as he said, we have many, many questions that needs to be answered. And the way I understand it may not be exactly the way you understand it. I never thought that everyone would understand it the same. We all, in a way, come from different backgrounds, and now we all are aware we're at different strengths, I think, as well. Not that anyone's that much above anyone else, but I don't know that. So we're all, again, growing into this knowledge at different strengths and different speeds. So when you think someone doesn't understand something, maybe that's just where they are right now. And you're in the same position because we don't all understand everything. So we're all growing into this knowledge. So that's why no one's wrong and no one's 100% right. And we're sort of all on the same spaceship called planet Earth. And there's many different levels of evolution of the souls. And now we can sort of identify strength of different souls or different maturity levels. Not that they've reached it, because I think if they reached the creator, they probably wouldn't be here. But again, I think Mr. Keshe reached the creator and he's here, stressing again this understanding of the physical dimension and the energy dimension and operating in both. And of course, we know there's many more dimensions, a number of more dimensions, but we're probably not ready for those at this time. And of course, he said we've accepted the truth from many, many enlightened souls. And I think of just brushing our teeth, as we shared in an earlier program today. I said, does that mean we haven't even really understood how to brush our teeth with this whole idea of taking in a material into your mouth and then spitting it out, fooling the body to then discharge that similar material because now it would be overloaded. And then, of course, you end up short. So he was just suggesting to use plain toothbrush with just your water, I suppose. No other elements, but that's for you to decide. But just on that, and of course, he gave a beautiful example of the clove tea in the questioning. Maybe we'll cover that with the AI. But he said we're too busy with the crumbs. We call it physicality, and we think this is the beginning and the end of everything, and we have so much to do and so much to accomplish. He said we're far too busy with nothing, the matter state. So if you can, again, most people, I couldn't hardly separate the matter state from the energy state. I've gotten a little farther down the line, but again, this is a task for you. I don't think anyone can really open it up for you but you. So we're far too busy with nothing, matter state and the physicality, when the life of the soul is for so much longer. And again, you're worried about the whatever, you're worried about the small rather than the bigger understanding. Of course, as he said, we can lengthen the half-life of this existence, but at some point, I believe you'll have to separate. But I'm not positive of that. I don't know how that works with universal teachers or others. I know Mr. Keshe said he's completed the cycle a number of times, meaning back to the creator, and then you don't stay there very long and you go back out and start the process all over again. Talking about trapping time, travel time in the dimension of the universe. This is what we do in transmutation, and that's why transmutation has been, in a way, this is sort of getting those souls conditioned in a way, or putting things into the place, perhaps, that we can start to play with this no dimension of physicality and still have the dimension of physicality. We can switch back and forth, or I understand we can operate in both dimensions simultaneously. But we still have quite a bit. And as I said, or Mr. Keshe said, these systems are are made in the Keshe Foundation store to help this process. He's just not making them to sell a few items in the Keshe Foundation store. There's a much larger um, work going on in the background, and we're only aware of about 5% of it. So I stay humble, and I'm also proud to be here and to be part of this, as I think we all should be, because at this point, not many have been touched by this knowledge. I'm sure they have in a way, but as we know, our souls have brought us here. So we stay humble, and we're also very happy that we have the opportunity even to listen to Mr. Keshe, as most people are, again, tied up with the physicality, the business, the job, the family, all the other cares of this life, buying the house, selling the house, doing it. And so we're very fortunate that we have the time, or we found the time, I think, to be here and to, and this is part of the emotion, the intelligence, I think, and the enlightenment. And our souls brought us here. It really wasn't our physicality, as I'm understanding it. So changing the time for the soul of the man is the true enlightenment. Tap into the original fields of the universe. Apparently, they're more untainted, but I also think that within the Keshe Foundation laboratories, they are creating creator rays. And this is part of this whole process of going through the transmutation and other things. We know what's in the store. Anyone want to add anything, please interject or add if you'd like to. So, as I said, we're the other half of the part of the creation I think the creator, in a way, needs. We're part of this twin set that's needed, and this leads to the path of the confirmation of time, physical time. Do we want, or do we want enlightened time? And this is where the teachings are going. So for me, I'm just hearing some of these terms, and we talked about time for a few weeks there, and now it's the enlightenment of time. Physical dimension or energy dimension, or understanding both. So there's still a lot to unravel about this, but this is what these teachings are all about, and I think we'll come to a punctum xylix, or a changing point within the next couple of years. Are we into our 11th year of teaching with the Keshe Foundation? Anyone? I guess you could take 594 and divide it by 12. But we're probably into our 11th year. So there's still a 50, 75, 100 teachings. I'm not sure. At one point, he said perhaps they'd go to 1,000. We don't know when it'll stop, or when it'll be cut off, or we will become enlightened, or perhaps this, as Mr. Keshe said, it was up to him to show us the knowledge. It'll be, in a way, up to Mitra to bring us through. So we're looking forward to a bigger sort of enlightenment in the coming time. If we go back to our AI, and again, this is not the biggest, but there was quite a bit in here. I was just giving you sort of my interpretation, in a way, of some notes I made on the workshop. And again, for someone to replicate in full and all the details in a summary is quite a yeoman's job to be able to do that, and to catch all the points, and to understand all the inflections. That's why I say Mr. Keshe sets a beautiful buffet table, and it's so equal in a way that we can each take from it what triggers us, or what's interacting with us about what he shares. And I think it's different things for different people. And this is part of the enlightenment, or the growing into understanding of the process of creation and the rest of this. Shall we read the AI, or shall we go on to something else? The time, and I'll just read these sort of headlines here, or time and soul in the universe, Keshe Foundation's financial operations and Mark Red Corporation. I thought we'd stressed that a little bit today. You saw the Keshe coin in the beginning, and Mr. Keshe is saying this gives us a lot more flexibility when you order a Keshe coin. Let me go to the next one. Global political and military tensions. As I said, he went through those documents that were sort of taken out of Israel by Iran, trucked out, and some were cybered out, apparently. And he said they would, because of the devastating exposures within these documents, in a way they would have to go to war. But he also attributed to most of these conflicts is fueled by the Vatican. I know at one point he said you'd never hear this in the news, but the NATO is the Pope's army. And he is behind the Ukrainian or the structure of the Vatican, apparently, and also behind the structure, what's happening in the Middle East. And of course, some of the Iranian leaders are actually trying to sell the technology, but as Mr. Keshe said, to fill their bank accounts, but he said this technology is not for sale. Please feel free to come in with any of these points if you notice something I'm not noticing, and that's for sure. Iran's intelligence operations revealed the locations of the right warheads in Israel, sensitive data, escalating tensions, and prompting imminent military action. I'm thinking perhaps even some of the Epstein files may be included in some of these documents. I know he said that President Trump was implicated in a way in some of these documents as well. Now, he didn't say for what reason or what involvement, but apparently there is some sort of involvement there. Plasma technology and its impact, again, we're just at the beginning of the plasma revolution. And of course, this will be the elimination, as he said here, for the need for fuel, electricity, by their commercialization faces resistance from governments and financial systems, not all of them. And as governments start to use them, I think we will see more and more people accepting this technology. And what happened in China, of course, was, again, unprecedented. Every approval had to be granted that this was going to be shown in public at a very prestigious location. And I'm sure there's much more that happened in the background than we're totally aware of in the foreground, let's say, or in the public. We saw a 90-minute video, and of course you can go to the Cosmic Ray channel of the Keshe Foundation, and you can see that. Perhaps we'll show it after. Dreams and soul interaction, again, more revelations on this action, I guess you could call it, or interaction that we've been told to call a dream, but now we know it's actually the work of the soul. Most of the dreams, as we indicate, and everyone always wondered about their dreams. Why did I dream of this? Why did I dream? How come? Or why was it this way? And of course, most of our dreams are centered around our physicality and the operations of the physicality, and apparently what you experience in your day to day. But some of the dreams are actually where you travel deep into the universe, and you can become enlightened through these dreams as well. So we have, in a way, a transmutation system to be able to enlighten ourselves. And we did hear a bit of a testimonial about that earlier today, about someone who actually interacted in the dream level. We shouldn't call it a dream, that's an insult to the soul, but an energy level with President Trump. And I said, perhaps that's a deja vu, or he said that's perhaps a deja vu of something that will appear in the future, where President Trump was saying what a well-run company this is to the knowledge seeker. And I'm thinking perhaps he was talking about Mark Ray. And of course, Mr. Keshe has said he always vertically integrates his companies, from the mine to the processing to the retail level and to the distribution level. So he's very familiar with vertical integration. And that's what the Keshe coin and the Mark Ray stock, I think, and the rest of this all have to do. And of course, as he said, we don't want to go outside of the Keshe Foundation to get donations. We want to keep it within, or depend on the knowledge seekers to provide the funding that we can remain free for humanity, as I'm seeing it. Anyone else? Health and everyday practices. Of course, we talked about the toothbrushing, and that was just, again, there was clove mentioned, but he said the clove was very good for urinal infections. And a number of days using clove, you wouldn't need so many antibiotics or something along that line, especially for people who travel. It could be a kidney or a urinary tract infection, or it could be a waterborne disease. But apparently, the clove, as Mr. Keshe we know, comes from a long line of medicine men, as he called it. These are people who've worked and played with these herbs and the rest of the things. And this is what much of the church tried to destroy. As I understand it, many of these people who worked in this sort of area were considered heretics, or, they weren't believing in God enough or providing people wellness, and the church couldn't do, and so they had to be eliminated. So this is one of the reasons, again, for for knowledge, they were actually burned at the stake. And of course, everyone probably cheered because we got rid of the witch or the devil that was using something, but it's just because they were listening to unenlightened souls. And we've all been subject to this, whether you went to college or you just went to high school or whatever, I think. And most of it, I think, is innocent. They're just sort of believing and trusting what they've been told is accurate, so they convey it to others. But this is what Mr. Keshe said. We've trusted a lot in unenlightened souls, meaning not understanding the real work of the universe. Okay, and then of course our continued wish to call for unity or to peace on this planet. You can join us every day, and we'll cover that later, 9 p.m. Central European time, on this energy dimension. Anyone want to add anything else about what I just spoke about regarding the teaching in the 594th Knowledge Seekers Workshop? Feel free. Okay, let me bring this back.
Hello.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I have, maybe you all know that I have a memory issue, right? I'm using the Ubesa with Christian Current to improve my memory situation, but it still isn't good. So whenever we have a class or whenever I attend the Thursday thing, I tend to forget everything. So forgive my forgetfulness. On the other hand, I feel like I am connected in another way, and I end up in some kind of confusion. And maybe you guys have something to comment about that. Like when Mr. Keshe says we need money, that brings me back to the matter state. Money, asking for money, when I have been trying to do everything or as much as possible through soul elevation. That's sort of, I've been this past week been spinning around in circles about that issue. If anybody has any input, that would be much appreciated.
Go right ahead, anyone?
Are you all also confused about that?
Yeah, well, apparently there was a robbery, not a robbery, or a transfer of funds out of the Keshe Foundation a couple of years ago by some knowledge seekers, which Mr. Keshe said that the certain governments are aware and they're hiding, other governments are hiding them. But this more recent incident of needing funds came out of some of the theft by apparently knowledge seekers who were entrusted with large amounts of funds, who ended up, I don't know if they absconded with them or they just misspent them or transferred them again into coins, Bitcoin. I don't know what happened, but this is the shortfall. And of course, it's hard to understand how that could get out of control that way, but apparently it has. And to bring us back into a balanced position, we do need some funds. And there,
yeah, I have another aspect to it. to what degree or in what way is money an energetic resource?
Well, I guess it keeps the lights on for one thing.
What?
Operating in a lab with no laboratory, with no lights on, is not that easy of a task unless you want to work by candlelight. And some scientists have in the past. And of course, people have to be paid. You're developing a new system, as he said a number of times. I don't think they make these systems in-house. They, contract it out to vendors who are specialized perhaps in aircraft and precision machining, and all of these things take time.
And to what degree are they energetic?
And saying again?
And to what degree, in what way are all those contributions on the matter level energetic?
To bring the technology out into the public. Do you think that event, renting a room in the most prestigious hotel in Beijing, one of them,
Right.
they just gave them the floor space?
Yeah. This thing about prestige is another issue. Like for me, if you meet me, I only wear my 2 pair blue jeans and 2 pair shorts and t-shirts, and there's nothing prestigious about that. And so I feel, how can I represent this Keshe Foundation stuff in a world where everything is about prestige? Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember everything is plasmatic, and it's just that we're kind of our energy level here on the earth is lower, but it's still plasmatic, and it still has 3 levels. It has the matter state, the transition or emotion, and the soul. That's in the matter state. And then you go to the next level, transition or the emotion. It also has the same thing, matter, emotion, or transition, and soul. And then you get to the soul, and it has a matter state. So I think, from my point of view, we're kind of trying to step into the upper energy level, but we're still stuck with the methods of the matter state on Earth. So we have to work with it. And our soul, if our souls can, even if it's, I kind of wish we could organize a lot of us, even if we're only able to give 10 euros or something, it's from our soul. So like you're a combination of many, many things. And about the memory issue, I believe that you worry too much about it, and the stress actually stops you from remembering. You're so focused on the fact that you can't, that you end up not. Do you understand what I mean? Just relax.
Just this morning, I said to my husband, I wish I could use our little utility trailer to go pick up some compost. And he says, and I had been under the belief that I don't have a trailer hitch on my car. And I have had a trailer hitch on my car all the time that I've had it, but I forgot. So I felt disempowered to help myself, and that kind of stuff happens all the time.
It happens to a lot of people all the time, because your strength may be
something else. Yeah.
Very much so. And that's what you can give. So you can listen and enjoy and understand. That's okay. Even if you don't remember all that stuff. Remember what was said, that we don't have the capacity to hold everything. So what our strengths are, that's what we do. I mean, mine are a little bit weird too. I've got a lot of beautiful indigenous trees, and nobody likes it. So, I'm kind of like fish out of water, so to speak. But with the memory, if I suddenly, I hear people talking, oh, I can't do this and I can't do that. And then I start to do it. And I thought, wait a minute, what's going on? I'll just stop stressing. ignore the fact that I forgot, and instantly, well, not always, but fairly quickly, I start to think again in the same pattern that I had that thought. But if I stress over it, I will not remember it. So I just stop stressing. That's all.
Now,
Don't
I
get
forgot
in.
that you have a memory problem. Does that mean I'm in the same position as you?
Yeah.
Say again?
I said, I forgot that you have a memory issue. Does that mean I'm in the same position? I mean, if we just bring up, if I say, tell me what was the in the 575th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, nobody here could tell me. I don't think any one point would come up unless it was something very special. But somehow this knowledge is going deep within you and affecting you.
Yes.
Absolutely. So, you used to say how much they've noticed your memory has improved.
Yes,
And
but
I think we
I
all,
have gigantic gaps.
so the cup is more than half full rather than half empty.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, but I wish I could remember something from the teachings or even my dreams. I don't remember. Yeah. Or after a session with the Ubesu, I'm supposed to report what I experienced. I have no memory of what I experienced.
No problem. This is all part of the research and development.
I just want to say this. You can see what Mark does. Why not have a piece of paper and just put one word? That's all you have to do, and that'll be one thing you can think about a train of thought. But I wouldn't even stress over that. Just go and listen to look at how many times Jalal listens over and over and over again.
Yeah, well, I listen in English and I listen in two German versions, and each time I seem like I get more, but then I forget it again.
Make up word
It's
that
such a
will.
vast amount of knowledge to pick up. This is
Yeah.
why we just stay humble and allow it to allow us to absorb it. No one has put it all together. I mean, we all, as Mr. Keshe said, only the Buddha and Christ understood it fully. So that's two out of billions of people, and the Buddha only understood it partially. There are others who've understood this, but they couldn't teach it as well. So fret not, you're being enlightened, you're on that path to it. We all are, even though our physicality wants to keep telling us we're not, or you didn't really transmute, you just thought you did. So there's a lot of interference, even within our own structures, I think, about wanting to control technology.
Be the Buddha.
Say again?
Thank you,
I'm not quite the Buddha yet.
Okay, and if you have any
Thank you.
testimonials, I just thought I'd show this. You can submit a testimonial right over here. So this is the testimonials website. Perhaps I should put something in there, copy, and then we'll just put it into the chat here. But there are many people are afraid to come in public in a way with some of the testimonials. They may share them privately. But because this knowledge has been misaligned or, again, misrepresented, a lot of people don't. But we've heard a number of testimonies, beautiful ones and short ones, longer ones and short ones, or bigger things we would think was bigger, and then just smaller things like, you know, the cut on my finger, the pain went away when I used one of the cups or something. So we're just, again, this is we're looking at Mr. Keshe in a way, thinking we should be there, but this is 50 years of development of this technology and this understanding. And even top level scientists at his own university didn't understand what he was talking about, but yet they encouraged him to go forward and publish this. And of course, we saw what happened with the creation of the black hole, didn't we? When that paper came out, and we're due to see another paper. There's books, but again, this is a huge, huge knowledge. You don't just are born into it unless you're that child of Mitra, who are born out of the fields of the universe and they understand it completely. because they're not made from the physicality. So, but I think you're doing fantastic, Erm. And hopefully the others see that as well. You've reported that. And I know we all want to be there or be able to transmute today, but we're just not all doing it at the same time. So, as Gail said, don't be hard on yourself. We need to be more kind to ourselves. That's one of the things.
Thank you for the reminder.
This is a great conversation, Irma. Thank you for bringing it up as some really important points. And Gail has really hit the nail on the head as well. Fundamentally, what I just want to add is that there are two things in addition that we need to consider, and one is that I've often said that why is not the question, why is the answer. So when something is operating in a certain way, there means there must be some kind of arrangement to make it so. And logic may say that we should be doing this, but the result does not match that. So in effect, we find that someone in the background has been a blocker to this whole thing. And unfortunately, it's taken a long time to unearth these blockers. And it has been an ongoing thing. And as Mark said, it's been going on for many years. But the truth is, it's been transgenerational. I would vote right now to fire all the history teachers in the Middle East, because one of the purposes of learning about history is to learn about the mistakes of the past. And, when we choose to repeat them, it's, you can't complain about the consequences. And that's the reason we need to learn about history, so that we don't have to go through that whole rigmarole again and again and again. The other thing is that a paradigm shift normally takes about 20 years. And so what it means is that we go through a gradient where every time we have another person who learns about the new science becomes part of the solution. And this is a growth process. And so in the meantime, we have to take care of the practical aspect of it. It's just that in terms of point of view, the practical aspect for the majority is what we see. And the truth of it is what we create. And in order to understand that, a wonderful thing happens when we get involved with the plasma science, because through the nearness and proximity of those energy fields, our soul actually absorbs this energy, and it is very welcoming. And we just need to, as Mark said, stop the resistance in our understanding, because our understanding is very, very limited if we only measure our understanding in the physical realm. So because we're operating in a physical realm, we have to take care of the business in that realm. But we have to understand that because of our nearness and proximity to the energetic fields that are being transmitted to this planet, and if we open ourselves up to that, we automatically absorb those energies and automatically work to, shall we say, repair the damage, because there is damage. So that takes time to heal as well, because that damage has been manifest in the physicality. It's not the damage in the soul, it's the disconnect from the physicality to the soul that has prolonged the, shall we say, the sufferance of the misguidance. So it just takes time to heal, and we need to go through the process. The key goal for us is, if a paradigm shift is a generation and a generation is 20 years, that's a traditional viewpoint. The question is, can we do that in a couple of years? And there'd be a very prime example. If my neighbor happens to be off grid with a plasma generator, how long will I continue to burn firewood? And that is the terrorizing question to many of the people who have set up an infrastructure based on exploiting our weaknesses in terms of application of the technology. So as soon as that gets exposed, as soon as the practical application comes to the forefront, then there will be momentum gathered, because all you have to do is ask yourself a question. As you know, as an older adult, it's amazing to see the release of the new games, and how lineups form at the big box stores to get the new releases of these games. So it just goes to show you that when the new technology is released, it doesn't take long for people, even people who are wrapped up in their virtual reality, to perk up and say, "Oh, I want that." So the good news, of course, is to say, "Well, I want that, and I don't want that to kill someone." But it doesn't help when sometimes those games involve war games. So that involves a mental conditioning as well. So the point being is that as we can bring forward the practical applications of the Keshe Foundation, our nearness and proximity to these technologies will be transferred to our soul, and our soul will take care of that business. So as Mark said, we just have to have faith in that, and it isn't blind faith. It is manifest every time there's a new baby that's born. So thank you very much. Pass it back to you.
Okay, any other comments? I just wanted to cover the Cosmic Mystery, which you can order out of the Keshe Foundation store. And interesting, I had made a video of this, and when I made the video a few weeks ago, I'm not sure exactly when it was, a few workshops ago, the price of the Cosmic Ray mystery packages was $250. I don't know if anyone has noticed, but let me play that first and let Mr. Keshe explain this Cosmic Mystery packages. I think the price has increased because they're including, and we'll cover this later, a transmutation session for you, in addition to what you'll receive in the package. So again, another way to support the Keshe Foundation through the store.
Can I say something? It was very interesting. You know the package we put out, what do you call it? The surprise package? A lot of knowledge seekers have, what do you call it, requested for it. It was announced last week. What do you call it? Magic, what do you call it? Surprise units. And in those packages of the surprise packages, some of these cosmic ray materials will be as part of the surprise package. What was it called? I can't remember. It's for
yeah, let me get that up here. Cosmic Mystery is what it's
Cosmic Mystery. Yeah, we have deliberately chosen to spread this among some of the knowledge seekers, a number of cosmic rays will be put in there. And then we explain to you why we done it, and you understand.
So what it says is that people are to choose a number between 1 and 50 and leave it in the comments in the items section before checkout. And then that's related to what they get, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you notice, at this time in the 589, the price of the Cosmic Mystery package was €250, but he's added to the package.
We try to bring this out. And we'll see. Can we answer a couple of more questions and stop, because it's nearly 2 o'clock my time.
Okay, unless that was a misprint or the price in the store originally wasn't properly priced, now it's 500, but you'll receive approximately 500 worth of merchandise in the Keshe Foundation store at their choosing. That's why they're calling it a mystery, and you may receive an invitation to participate in the transmutation session. And let's just go back to the transmutation session if we can, just to show everyone where to find it and how to support the Keshe Foundation. And again, how to learn about yourself in this transmutation process, and perhaps, and they're using captains. And of course, this is backed by huge technology for the captains and the participants in there. A lot of people want to achieve this on their own. And of course, you can achieve it on your own, as we see with the Buddha and Christ. But if you need a stronger connection or want to leapfrog this process in a way, while you're still in your physicality, you can participate in these sessions and gain, I would call it, part of universal knowledge of how to operate in the universe. And of course, it's all being developed that everyone can enjoy this. So these, perhaps this will be made into an app of some sort in the future, where you can go on flights or other things on your own for a very small fee, experience it, and once you've mastered it, then you don't need the system anymore. That's the way I'm understanding this. Yes, you can all do it. You all have the capability of doing it, but yet we've, in a way, it's gotten rusty. We've forgotten some of this. And so this is what's happening in these sessions. And again, separating that crumbs of the physicality from the more bigger issue, which is the life of the soul in the universe, if you choose to go that way. I think you can continue to perhaps create other physicalities on this planet if you don't want to go out and you're fully enamored. But that's, he said, what this transmutation process is all about. And of course, another way to support the Keshe Foundation is the Keshe Foundation coin. And this is what we played at the beginning of the workshop, this Keshe coin. And he did say that this is part of a universal currency. I don't quite understand that, meaning you could even use it in the future on Mars, perhaps, or maybe when Mars gets into this position, I don't know. But this is another way. You won't receive any sort of merchandise from the Keshe Foundation. And this is not a physical coin at this point, as I understand it, but it's more of a cyber coin or whatever, however they call it, but it can be used. It's set up to initially work within the structure of the Keshe Foundation for all kinds of things that you may need within the Keshe Foundation store, or perhaps to purchase a gift, or if you see someone in need of a certain thing, like I had mentioned a number of times, these migraine headaches within the Keshe Foundation store, there is that migraine ice cap, I believe it's called, or the ice cap, and this can help in that condition. Again, it's a process. It's just not I put a Band-Aid on my cut and then it's over. This is a process that you will go through. And we haven't really understood the interaction of fields, but we certainly have seen it in programs like Star Trek and other things that some of us grew up with, wondering how you go to a sick bay and someone waves a wand over you, and then you stand up and you say, "Doc, I feel great." So this is the technology. Again, it appears as science fiction, but it's actually a real science. And this is part of the reason to end the misrepresentation of this technology across the planet, that people will just not think it's some sort of, what did Mr. Keshe call it? Pseudoscience, the way they talk about Mr. Keshe. This is just the pseudoscience. But it's the interaction of the fields, and this is the way the universe is created. So if we were to purchase Keshe coins, you would make a donation to the Keshe Foundation and designate it's for a Keshe coin. And I was thinking, since many of these Bitcoins have reached astronomical levels and they're selling them in tenths and hundreds, and perhaps the foundation wouldn't be adverse to if you wanted a quarter Keshe coin and build up from there. I don't know if they would be adverse to that, because people do buy portions of a coin and then build up through that. I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm sure the foundation would be happy to take your donation as a quarter coin or a half a coin or something like that. We know the Keshe coin is now at €1,000. You do receive a 3% interest on it yearly. And he said that by going, rather than the stock of the Mark Ray Corporation, into the Keshe coin, it would give them, in a way, more sort of flexibility. And yes, we have Keshe coins, but this Keshe coin is backed with the knowledge of the creation. Just the same way we have this stock called the Mark Ray Corporation, or the home of cosmic ray plasma technology. So we're selling stock in the stock market. We're actually selling the knowledge of God here. And again, that may sound a little bit too strong, but this is what's actually being marketed, the knowledge of creation within these Keshe Foundation, or the financial arm of the Keshe Foundation. And as I said, the store will get sort of absorbed, as I understand it, at this point within the work of the Mark Ray. Gail, I just noticed you had dropped out and are coming back in, so let's just make you co-host again. So this is another way to support, and perhaps I'll play that video that we have here, that the Mark Ray shares are set up for world peace, or perhaps there was another one. Let's just see. Okay, and we'll understand the reason for it in the future, this coin and these shares, why. And it seems, in a way, they're sort of working together. One is supporting the other. And I know Mr. Keshe said that they would, a large amount of the Mark Ray stock would be given to the Keshe Foundation. Perhaps this is, again, I don't understand all the reasons, and that would be acceptable to me, since I haven't been briefed on much within the Keshe Foundation. We all haven't. I'm no different. As Mr. Keshe said, we're only share with you about 5% of what's going on within the background of the Keshe Foundation. So let's just play this about the shares of Mark Ray. I think the questioner was asking, is it better to have a Keshe coin, or is it better to have the shares of the Mark Ray Corporation? So let's hear what Mr. Keshe has said. Let's make sure we're sharing this. Yes. And let's start it here.
Any other question?
Antonio has a question about the Mark Ray shares. Mr. Keshe, my question is, if you have Mark Ray shares, would it be wise not to sell them for Keshe coin, or is it does it make any difference whether you have one or the other?
As a CEO of the Mark Ray, I cannot make a comment. But if you, I have to be very diplomatic. Concentrate on the cash coins. We tell you the reason. You'll do 1,000 times more effectiveness than the market shares. But trade in shares, because you're trading, don't look at the profit. The valuation brings it to attention of the world leaders. This is the difference. We have to find a balance. Cash coins gives us a lot of operation to bring it up. Market shares, the more you deal in it at a higher value, pushes up to come into the level of the effective operation. That's the difference. And market shares will go crazy very soon. You will see it. Don't forget, 4 months ago, before I take over as a CEO, we said to trade at 0.05. Now it's at 11, I think, this morning. And this should go to $1 or $2 in the next few weeks or months. Should, according to what is to be and what is sitting there. But it doesn't make any difference because we haven't bought the market shares to sell. Market shares are set up for world peace, and you will understand the reason of it. It has to reach $1, $2, $3 in the next few months, and it's a limited amount of shares. So don't look at it, I bought, I made a profit. Use that profit to be part of the bigger structure to create that position. And the coins is the backbone of all the works we've done for world peace. We desperately need $1 to $2 million next 2 or 3 weeks to complete our operation, and then Keshe Foundation is free to work. The situation in China has brought us this position, and we have to take advantage of it. Any other question?
And he referred to China has allowed them to take this position, and they need to take advantage of that. And of course, if you want to see what actually happened in China, you can go on our Cosmic Ray YouTube channel, Keshe Cosmic Ray. Again, Mark Ray is the home of the Cosmic Ray technology, but here you can see what was released so far in the public of what actually happened in Beijing on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. So you can take a look at, this is the first video, and it was posted about a month ago. So you can see, if you're interested, about Mr. Keshe showing the energy of gold created from the energy of the matter state. It's not the physical element, but it's more of the energy, as he said, or the amino acids of the gold. There's still a couple processes, and we won't figure it out so easily. He said you could try as hard as you like to convert that into actual metal you can sell. But he said, we're not here to make gold. We're here to show the energy of different things. So that's our Cosmic Ray channel. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put that in our chat if I can. For anyone who listens in the future, I think we've all seen it. And we've only seen a glimpse of it. This was 90 minutes out of and there were some other portions we saw as well, but very brief. So this is actually what all the fuss, in a way, is about, that China's approval and allowing, and Mr. Keshe has thanked China a number of times, and the knowledge seekers who worked with him on this project. So this was, again, the beginning of showing exhibitions in perhaps Berlin, Paris, Moscow, Washington, and Tokyo, other places. I know he said he'd fly tomorrow to India if there was some sort of work that they could do and collaborate on the drone technology, which he said that was part of this contract with the Mark Ray Corporation, that a $10 billion licensing agreement was signed, and part of that agreement is this new drone technology, or the future of drones, which again will not need fuel and they will not need propellers, which should make them a bit safer and more enjoyable to use. And perhaps this is, again, the beginning of the flying carpet or the flying car, as Mr. Keshe has alluded to for a number of years, probably a decade and a half, when it was shown in Belgium in 2011. But again, stopped at that point, not wanting the technology to come into the public. So feel free to support with the items in the store, direct donations, Mark Ray stock, the Keshe coin, the many, many ways. And I think our best way is just to use your emotions to support in a way and give through your energies that this whole process, if you aren't in a position to send any physical things or receive any sort of things or that way, but just to give of your energies to support the whole work. And that's, again, up to your position and your place and what you can do to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Any other thoughts on this? Questions? I think Mr. Keshe has just, before we came on, there's another new post by Mr. Keshe on the X channel. This is another place you can follow for free. Doesn't cost anything. It doesn't take much time. Let's make sure we're sharing that properly. And this is where Mr. Keshe has responded to science news again. I think he's responded to this one before, or perhaps it's another science channel. And they're talking about the stars. Here's how a collision of star remnants launches a gleaming jet. Now, I haven't even read this, so we'll be reading it together for the first time. Mr. Keshe responds to the post. This has been observed in tests carried out in the past years with real working reactors. As the author of the paper, The Creation of Black Hole. Now, here's the paper called Creation of Black Hole, and it's some of it is very easy to understand, and perhaps I'll just copy this link and also put this in the chat so you can, I think you can refer to this paper and understand that what we see on the Earth and the plates moving and the rest of this is very similar process of the black hole, and how magma gets sort of moved back into the center, and we know the black hole doesn't keep everything within itself. It releases new materials into its universe or into other universes to start the process all over again. Isn't that very similar to manifesting in the matter state, going back to the creator and then starting the process all over again? So let's just read the rest of this post. So we have the creation of the black holes. And of course, this was a big involvement apparently in the background of Stephen Hawking, which I've seen him on television a number of times and didn't really realize what he was talking about, didn't realize he was considered, again, one of the preeminent scientists of space and the rest. But as Mr. Keshe said, we've accepted truth from unenlightened souls. And it seems like our whole scientific community is quite unenlightened into the energy dimension of the whole working of this. As we know, the matter state is made out of magnetic fields, and so isn't time. So these are concepts that again, I had always heard it, but could never quite understand it, and I'm still understanding maybe 1/100000th of 1/10000000th of 1% of this knowledge. This is how deep I regard this knowledge to be. And of course, as you stay humble, I think you can absorb a little bit more time after time. So the author of the paper, The Creation of Black Holes, in 2005, in this paper, it was disclosed that black holes are creator of life and emit radiation and fields. Yes, they emit light. Later on this month, a system built on these basis of two high magnetic field collisions will be tested to confirm the creation and release of magnetic fields that lead to creation of lift and motion. And of course, Mr. Keshe showed this privately in a number of workshops, well, publicly too, the loss of weight in some of these reactors and other things, and we saw some things in London as well. The new cosmic ray reactor setup has already shown the creation of such a fields and in their reduction in strength and a given a specific magnetic environment leading to creation of matter. And that's one of the things they'll be showing in some of these capitals where the exhibition will be shown. But he also said we'll be showing other technologies that have never been seen in the public before. So I think he has a lot of things on the shelf and in the background just waiting to be added to the table of mankind's understanding. Celestial objects, by their inherited principle of working through interaction of magnetic fields, always release magnetic fields and cosmic rays, and cosmic radiation does not matter if they collide with each other or be it just moving in space. And isn't that what he told us about the stone? You see it as a solid entity in a way, but yet we understand that the atoms within that stone are very dynamic. Each one is a way its own personal black hole. And of course it creates an aura, and of course it interacts with its environment, and of course it has a field, or a soul, I should say. Picture below shows the material produced from interaction of magnetic fields from a cosmic ray reactor tested in March of this month. I think this was the bigger, he said, the newer reactors. What was shown on that Cosmic Ray YouTube channel is an older technology. He actually referred to it as a dinosaur. Don't use it anymore. And this is sort of the new way they're creating, in a way, instead of fine particle dust, much more of a bigger representation in the matter state. Okay, and this magnetic and strength interaction with other leads to creation of matter. Again, he's titled this creation of matter from the energy of matter. I think that's what we see on the one of the other channels of the Keshe Foundation in a very short video. Therefore, the theory of Big Bang, and this was part of the exhibition in China, and reduction in temperatures leading to creation, gravity, and matter is proven to be meaningless and false. This is part of the exhibition was to, in a way, start to pop a few holes in this understanding of the Big Bang. And of course, everyone seems to refer to it. And when you're outside of that understanding or that misunderstanding, then you're considered pseudoscience. But it's really the current scientists who are pseudo. They don't understand the process of creation and the rest. This proving, okay, therefore the theory of the Big Bang and reduction in temperature, right, leading to creation of gravity and matter is proven to be meaningless and false. So you see, as with everything I think Mr. Keshe does, it's a multi-level or a lot of doubleton in a way. When he's speaking, we know he speaks at many different levels, interacting with even world leaders through messages, but even in the exhibition, there's multiple reasons. As he said, there's a reason they want to go to Paris. And they want to probably show an energy system because the French energy system is working, but it seems to be getting older and having more fatigue. And they want to introduce a new way, as France is quite a power generator in the world. I think they generate 90% of their own power through nuclear, and they've also shared that with the others, but there's a better way of approaching all this, and now that the infrastructure needs to be replaced or revamped, perhaps this is a perfect fit, as an exhibition in Europe will show. So again, you can join the X support this way. You can give the likes with these hearts, something like that, and just to show your support. Doesn't cost anything, keeps you informed. And I think they'll be perhaps doing some work on this channel later on with that. If it's called Spaces, I'm not sure what live broadcasts, if there are live broadcasts. I thought someone had mentioned Spaces or something on X. And this is what Mr. Keshe will probably use in a way in the future. Any other thoughts or comments as we move along here? I think we should go to the 594th workshop and listen to the announcements Mr. Keshe made. We have it staged here. No, this is not the right one. I think it's this one. Yes. Okay, so we're ready to proceed. Any thoughts or comments or questions up to this point? Again, it's so far out of what people you meet on the street or at a picnic are willing to discuss and talk about. These are quite deep, and most of this knowledge has been hidden, but that's the job of the knowledge seekers in the Keshe Foundation, is to open up new dimensions and understanding for humanity as a whole, that we don't get abused in the future due to a lack of knowledge of the way the thing really works, not the way the ones we trusted told us it works. Again, you becoming that last man standing where you think and operate on your own, more or less. That's the final analysis, where you don't need any intermediaries on this planet or across the universe. And this is what he's doing. He says, I'm going to take you into the universe as equals. So there'll be no abuse if there is any abuse. And apparently there are gurus that we may run across in the space that want to co-opt us or take us into their structure in a way. And if we're not wise to it, perhaps we could end up in a position we don't want to be in for a period of time, or become part of someone else's universe when you could have created your own universe. And this is what I think he's talking about. Or perhaps some other position, maybe not even in the matter state. So there's plenty of options. And again, I think we can play off the energy dimension against the matter state as well. So let's hear the announcements, and then we'll continue with the program. Any other thoughts anyone wants to make? Or anyone wants to be heard or overheard saying?
Okay, we are back again at the 594th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And because it's the second part, as I described earlier, we'll have questions of Mr. Keshe. But before that, we have a tradition that he might have several things to say, or at least one or two. And please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. We'll be receiving a lot of questions regarding what we call the Keshe Foundation and our operation in regard to mockery. Please be aware and understand, we cannot give any comments directly or indirectly about shareholding and operation to individuals or privately, or what we think. As I've received a number of requests this past few days, especially, where can we buy shares and whatever. You have to find your own way through your own banking system, through your own brokerages. And people ask us, what do you think will be the value of the shares? We cannot comment. We have a very clear idea of what the shares value will be, what our position will be, but that's internal to us. Even though we operate very openly, on the other hand, the shares are in the hand of public. We don't know who owns the shares and how they'll affect our work and how our word will affect the value of the shares. We give you a broad outline as you are part of the Keshe Foundation to understand. Your dream was to bring the technology into public, that it becomes common, what we call tools for the survival of man. And the only way we could, and we have done, is through the financial arm of the Keshe Foundation operation. And this way, very soon, in the next few months and so, you will see massive interaction with the products and use of the technology internationally as we release it in collaboration and cooperation through our financial arm.
Now, at one point, he said we didn't want to go this way with the stocks and the rest of this. He said, but that's the way it's done on this planet. Remember, when we're in Rome, we do what the Romans do. So he said they didn't want it to go this way, but this is the way man has everything set. So they're fitting into this structure. And I think it's giving a lot of people an opportunity, again, with a small amount of funding or stock purchase, you can end up with quite a substantial. Again, there's no guarantee of any of this, but they foresee a much higher value than the 10 cents what you're seeing in the shares now. And as one of the knowledge seekers said, you can open a brokerage account. If you can open a brokerage account, and someone else can actually transfer shares into your account if you were to have them, in a way, buy it for you. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with that that I'm aware of. Anyone else? Can we have sort of a straw buyer, in a way? Is that acceptable? I think it is. Apparently it's set up that way. Or you could have shares and gift it to other people. But he did say, if you do buy shares of this company, to make sure you have a certificate that there's many, or the rumor was there were many shares that were false, fake shares that were purchased or sold on the internet. So if you do go with the stock, it's good to have a hard copy of the certificate that you hold in your hand, and a few other things I think that go along with that. That's good. Anyone else? But this is the way it's done on this planet, and this is the way. But again, they're selling, jokingly, they're selling, and not jokingly, they're selling the knowledge of God on the internet, or the brokerage, the knowledge of creation, actually.
It's not anymore Keshe Foundation. It's what we have given from the foundation to the financial arm to do put in the, what we call it, the hand of the public, on a commercial way, in a very, what we call, extensive way. We have chosen a very specific way, never done by no technology, by no entrepreneur. This does not just apply to Markway. We have set up different ways, very similar to Markway, but in the background, that we will enter the international, what we call, world of finance, world of commerce, world of manufacturing, in a punctual way and in a very effective way. Which means the technology will not take years and years to come. The technology will be out across different nations in a less than handful of years. In a way.
And I always thought, gee, I guess we're going to get trained enough that I'm going to teach my neighbor, and he's going to teach his cousin, and his cousin is going to teach his brother-in-law. It's not going that way, even though that's fine to do it that way. But the larger impact globally, as he said, we're staging so many things to be released simultaneously, like the energy units. Apparently millions are being manufactured and warehoused to come to a point that when they're ready, they'll release in different points of the world this technology simultaneously, at least in the energy end of it, if that's what he was referring to. So I thought I was going to teach this one, and of course, I'm in no position to teach it because I don't fully understand it. That's why I keep referring to Mr. Keshe, playing his videos and things, because I want to hear from the guy that made the gold, not the guy like me who wishes he could make the gold, but yet is baffled by how it's done.
We have used the system to play the system. because we understand how the system works. Markley will be one of the arms of the Keshe Foundation operation. And in so many ways, we have and we will use the new way that we set ourselves to go, that we are never involved in manufacturing. We are never involved in services of the Keshe Foundation. We are never involved in disbursement of the knowledge, but we stay fully in charge, fully in control through the operation we set up. This means we have used the structure of the what we call international operation
You
of
just
the
went shopping?
finance.
Yeah, I needed tomato, but I've got some yogurt too.
Sorry, I just muted your microphone, Erm. It was open, no problem. Hopefully they had a good shopping trip.
And manufacturing and everything together in one, what we call target. So we need support now to bring that position. And we are very open about it. We still haven't risen even 100,000. We need at least 1.2 million to do it. We're trying to manipulate as much as we can to reach the target, because with that we have very short time, maybe another week, 2 weeks maximum. Then if we don't reach it, we fail, and it take us years to get back to this position. And we've been very open about it in every shape or form. And we need to bring this to a point of maturity very rapidly in next more or less few days, that we can start, which we have already started it, to move in the dimension where we want. There's a lot of time, talk about the war, attacks and everything else. We are blind to it.
And I was highlighting that on the beautiful transcript. Again, here to move in the dimension where we want, there's a lot of time, talk about the wars, attacks, and everything else. We are blind to it right here. It's nothing to do with our cycle. So he's fully aware of it, but yet he's not deeply engaging in it or getting caught up in it, perhaps. Because as I said, in the last 3,000 years on this planet, 5,000 wars. So this is quite a common occurrence. And this is why the elevation of the soul is the important aspect here, not just the release of the technology, because one without the other will cause a failure, as well, as I think it's been reported. Without the elevation of the soul, in a decade or a generation or two, right back at it again.
There's nothing to do with our cycle. The Christians and the Muslims and the Jews bashing at each other's head because of the non-existence of the truth is their problem. We have started a cycle which overpasses these things. And we sat with a nation which is not involved in any of it. And this is where we see the change will come, and this way we have put our efforts, using both dimensions of the work. So please don't ask us about what do you think the value of the shares of Markley is, how can you buy it. We have allocated the shares in a very specific way for the support, those who support us. All of you who served Keshe Foundation in past 20 years in different shape or forms will receive enough support from us. In so many ways, we need to understand that we have to stay very impartial. We need to stay very correct, both to the knowledge seekers and the path we've taken on the financial world through the market, and other companies like market will emerge in the coming time. Any detail with regarding to market will be announced by market through the operation of the American stock market. We know the share values, what it will be. We know what the share values are, and the two do not reflect the truth figures because of the things which are set up and was not controlled by in the past years. Now that we have started to sort it out, to clean it up, we find out there are the problems which has nothing to do with our way of work, but it's something to do with the financial world. And this is what we need the money to clear it up, that we can move on.
And I think a similar event happened when Mr. Keshe spent a few years in China, and then he came back to Italy and saw everything sort of upside down. Other companies were manufacturing the products, it wasn't going out properly, and the rest. So sometimes they trust people or around the Keshe Foundation. They think they're going to work the same as the foundation, but it doesn't always work that way. So Mr. Keshe wouldn't be asking unless, he's made a number of impassioned pleas about support over the past number of workshops to get the, whatever is the issue there with the Mark Ray or whatever it is, settled, and then they can move forward with their work. And with all the connections Mr. Keshe has, it doesn't seem like it would be a difficult task, but he says, again, they're relying on the knowledge seekers to come forward. So whatever you can do, but he seems to indicate that the shares are quite undervalued. So if you know somebody who can purchase your shares, I think a very small amount may bring you, in a way, some return. But it's not really about that. It's more about getting this out into the public in a much bigger way than me teaching my neighbor, and getting the governments involved in all this process, that it can be reach the nationals on a big way in a short time.
I always have found the solution. I always found a way to bring it, and I'm sure we'll find ways to do it. But please don't write to me, don't ask me, because we said we kept some shares for knowledge seekers. Those shares are there where people put the true value of their shares on. It will be given. Our silence is our knowledge, is not our weakness. And we've seen many people playing with shares in the stock market. That's their prerogative. The true share values, what we see is not what is actually in the trading, but we have to abide by the law. Many of you knowledge seekers who supported us will see the fruit of your support. And the only way we can do, and how we have come to be to that position. The rest is for us to assess and develop. And we have started the evolution of the change world peace through technology. It's not something we're going to do. We have put it on a sound base, and it'll take its own shape. It does not matter if I'm not, or if I am here, and how will happen with whatever. Technology is set on a very, very solid base now to be commercialized, and a second time to be properly done outside the hand of the Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation is a knowledge provider, not in the world of the manufacturing and the rest. That has been passed on to our arms of the work in the hand of the experts which come around the world to do it. If there are any other questions, we answer.
So we can see how this has been set up in a very precise way, much deeper than I can explain it to you, but there's a reason for all of this going this way, that the massive amount of technology can reach the most people, I think, in the shortest amount of time. Rather than me making an ice cream and having my neighbor taste it and he likes it, so he makes it and he shares it with his cousin, and then somewhere along the way it gets lost. And I don't sell too many boxes of ice cream in the process. So up to you how you can support, but there are, as we illustrated here, there are many ways for you to support the work of the Keshe Foundation. Okay, I think it's just about that 9 p.m. hour in Europe. It's actually 3 here. And of course, you can join us on a daily basis until we've reached that permanent peaceful condition on this planet by using the physicality, releasing Gans waters, and also using the collective powers of the soul, the collective powers of the water together with your intentions in it. And often we said, how could a little bit of water make such a change? But apparently it's much more powerful than we've given it to. It knows where to go and what to do and to bring the balance. And our only instruction is to release it collectively or at any time you'd like. So hopefully you've made some GANs. I think you can use any combination of GANs you'd like. I know Mr. Keshe at one point said he likes like the 50% CO2 and the 50% zinc, but others do it differently, but it's a matter of putting your intentions into that water. So you're all invited to join again for 1 second, 1 nanosecond, whatever you feel comfortable with, and start to develop your energy side, which again, we have not trusted. And of course, we've been misled to say it's a dream or a coincidence, or did that really happen? Maybe I didn't really think about that person before he called me, but he did call me. So, but we're always questioning ourselves in this energy side of it. And if I would have sent him an email and he called me, no problem with the physicality end of it. But on the energy side, we seem to be not trusting that this is actually working, but we're gaining more trust slowly, step by step. So you're all invited to join on a regular daily basis. And as we'll hear here, you can extend it to all the time where you become that giver. And this is what we see in the creation of the Universal Council, a video where they show that Li Fang Award. And I always wondered, gee, that looks kind of odd fitting into this video. What does this all mean? And of course, Mr. Keshe received that award as a total giver, as a in a way, bringer of peace and science onto this planet. The Chinese recognized that, I think, in 2018. He's one of the few individuals from outside of China, if there were even more than one, to receive this Li Fang Award. And maybe one day we'll explore that a little bit deeper. But this means a total giver. I don't think he was looking how much money he could make from the Chinese. He could have sold the technology years ago for billions and lived a very comfortable life. But he's trying to elevate, and on this mission to elevate humanity into a deeper understanding of themselves in the process of the creation. So let's go to our creating this dome of peace. And of course, the Brazilian team is faithfully doing this every week together, collectively, releasing the Gans waters. They made this bit of a background here at Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Release some Gans waters. I used to go out and spray it, and now when I realize it just says release the water, so I'm just not getting in the car anymore, even though I have it in the car in the car washer to release it whenever I'm driving, but I'm just releasing it down the exits or the drains of the property here. So it's going right into the system and doing the same work. And it all depends on how you understand it and how you'd like to do it. Then, of course, the second step, you can join the Brazilian team too in a formal meeting on Telegram or YouTube or in the Zoom chat, where you can on Wednesday start to bring that elevation of the, you can do it all the time, but this is a collective focus on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summer Time, to bring the changes on the energy level. And this gets you, in a way, working on that mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And of course, as I said, the reports we're seeing today doesn't look too promising, but that just means we haven't reached, I think, the collective awareness. They could bring the change instantly. As I understand it, Mr. Keshe said he could change the planet in 1 second. But again, he's not from here, he said, so he couldn't do it at that point. But it's up to us as humanity to bring the change. Otherwise, we won't keep it. So we really have to want it. And this is part of this process of giving. And once we reach the collective awareness on a bigger level, we will see the change manifest itself. The physicality won't be able to resist, but we haven't, as we can see the past few days, current events, we haven't reached that point yet. But perhaps this is part of the process. And I know Mr. Keshe said that we would not accept this technology out of the love of it, but out of the fear of our own demise. And it's certainly looking at this point, if things did go out of control, humanity wouldn't be gone, but it certainly would be greatly diminished. So we're at that point of perhaps accepting the technology out of the fear of our own demise, of throwing these weapons back and forth at each other, which they're much, much more powerful than what we saw in Japan in the Hiroshima event. Anyone want to say anything about this process? Oops, wants to change the screen. So let's hear again from the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is just releasing the GANS waters. I say just, but as he said, it has its own character, its own intelligence, and it knows where to go and it knows what to do to bring balance into all situations and elevate the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. So this is the first step. And let's hear from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So we've been entrusted in a way with a great task. Not many people know about this process of bringing peace to the planet in this method. So we're quite humble and privileged to be in this position to see how it's done. Some through the physicality, but mostly through the collective energy. So now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, where we use the power of our soul, or our center, as they call it. Everything has a center, otherwise it wouldn't hold together. Even that grain of sand on the beach, without a soul, it couldn't hold its matter together. So we're understanding this deeper and deeper. Everything that's alive in a way has a soul, and a stone is, yes, alive. Even Christ said he would raise up certain stones to acknowledge him if the regulars would not. So he understood that as well. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace presented by Shweta. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe. Thank
you. Okay, thank you, Shweta. And we're going to be just taking a couple of minutes of time to explore this. You can have the setting quiet and concentrate on this if that's the way you approach it. But Mr. Keshe said also you can be driving a car, you can be climbing the mountain, you can be doing other things because the physicality is not involved in this process. So you can actually be working on your car and giving to this situation if that's the position you were found in. So actually, here you are working on your car or changing the baby and also elevating the world leaders. You're actually operating, as I see it, in 2 dimensions. You're working in the matter state, painting or whatever you may be doing, fixing the fence, and you can also elevate and use your energy dimension simultaneously. So it's not necessary that everything is quiet and there's no noise around you, which is sometimes very hard to find a position in a busy household or something else, or depending where you are at this point in time. But we can learn to operate in both dimensions. And this is part of the understanding of transmutation and the rest of this knowledge. And we're very good at understanding the physicality, but we're a bit weak on understanding the energy side. And this just gives us more time to, in a way, practice this position and understand your energy dimension, not so much mine, but yours, because we all have it and we all have the capabilities. And when we reach this collective awareness of giving, it will create that position of change, and we will see the change manifest itself. Okay, so let's just take 2.5 minutes if we can. Any thoughts or comments? Again, it's just giving from your central energies of emotions. He said we're not giving to the man, as let me just put that up about the International Atomic Energy. So we're taking 2.5 minutes of silence for the soul of the peace negotiators. And of course, Mr. Keshe exposed a little bit of that, and I guess they do need quite a bit of elevation because they kept the whole world under a deception. The souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which of course was exposed in a way, at least one of the members of that in this past 594th workshop. You can find it in there. All souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. Again, the religious leaders sort of foment the unrest for the benefit of the world leaders, again, to confirm their existence through killing and destroying, it seems. And unfortunately, they don't know any other position. So let's all collectively elevate them out of this position for the religion and the political leaders, and of course, these scientists as well. They seem to be quite unenlightened, working in the structure to this knowledge. And of course, they, in a way, they sort of have to be, and I think they realize that they can't sort of step out. So let's give them the elevation and the strength to move to an enlightening position, for them to actually serve rather than to take away from humanity in certain things that they create, whether it's weapons or just fomenting hatred and war against each other. So we'll start now, and we'll just take 2.5 minutes in this process, and it's repeated on a daily basis, and it will be repeated until we reach that permanent, peaceful position on this planet. So again, there's a lot of work to be done, as we can see from today's current events. Thank you all, and this is how easy it is to work in the plasma dimension. You don't have to write anyone, you don't have to even get up from your chair, and the beauty of it is we've all not failed this test. So everything we just did in the last 2.5 minutes, and again, people would say, well, show me what's been done, what's been done. I don't see anything. This is all being done on the energy dimension, and we know the souls are not elevated, and it's going to take a lot of elevation to elevate them. So as we continue to increase this process and wish for peace, I think we will see it manifested once we reach the collective awareness. So thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And I think now we'll go to the part of the show everyone's been waiting for, the wearer of many hats, the person who operates in many different dimensions and uses many different words as well, even some new words. As we know, we're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet. So I welcome Alex, and I want to thank you for continuing to be here and to continue to share the knowledge with us and open it up in your special way. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Mark, for bringing us to this level here. You are quite the leader, and we will follow in your wake here. So let's get on to the disclaimer here, and hopefully we're going to have a great day.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody. I want to welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting 2025. Another beautiful Sunday afternoon. It would really be nice if it was beautiful everywhere on this planet, and that's what we're trying to do. So we have challenges. We have to learn about our history, and we have to learn about the new technology, because one thing that is absolutely clear, crystal clear, is that what we've been working on has not been working. So we need to change the process here. So let's see if we can get on with it. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are proceeding on a new series, the Intermediate Nanotech series. The subject is point blank. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is June the 15th, 2025, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We wrapped up last week with the nanotech in the basic series. We talked about nanocapsules, nanotubes, nanostars, the portability of energy, and causticity and switchboards. And we are now proceeding into the Intermediate Nanotech series, and there is a point to make, and we will discuss that in great detail in this series, because we've been doing this for many years, and we've been trying to condense the knowledge, but it of itself is starting to develop into a large load. we've always been trying to distill the knowledge of the thousands of hours of teaching that the Keshe Foundation has been putting forward. And our challenge right now is, how do we move ahead without leaving the rest behind? So we don't want to leave anybody behind. It's very important that as people who are not aware of the new technology and not aware of the capability of what it can do with respect to bringing peace on this planet, we need to open it up to them. And each and every one of us has a responsibility in our own way to achieve this. And so what we hope is this plasma education series will help you in formulating your ideas, maybe coming up with better ways to present, or maybe triggering something where you come up with even a better idea. And that's what's most important. So each of us in our own way has that full capability to be able to deliver this science to our families, to our neighbors, and to those who are not aware. Our primary goal, of course, is to reach those who wish for peace and prosperity on this planet. And as a fallout from that, we will achieve peace and prosperity for everyone on this planet. This has been outlined in the books by Marin Tevakoli Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of the Creation of Matter. And we repeat, because it's fundamental. We have to understand that there's a matter state, a dark matter, and an antimatter. And these three come together to converge into one matter state. And then in book number 2, The Structure of the Light, it tells us how we go from one matter state to another matter state, or how we go from the creation of one matter state to the creation of another matter state. So what we're talking about here is in an undifferentiated context. So we're not saying at what energy level, we're not saying at what energy state, but when we talk about the structure of light, the implication, of course, is that it's in the visible light. Now we know that there is invisible light and that it operates in the same manner. And so we need to understand this, because in book number 3, which was kind of stunning, we call that The Origin of the Universe. And so we see that there's a sister universe along with our universe. And this is the universe that we're focused on, except for one small little detail. And that small little detail is the small detail of our Earth space. That's all we're focused on. And even that's not enough. We are even focused on a small portion of land on that Earth space, and we continue to fight over it. And so history has shown the consequences of that, and it's tough to learn from our mistakes. But learn we have to, or we suffer the consequences. That's why for 382 weeks in a row, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have brought together one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, because peace and prosperity is what we need to bring on this planet. And the methodology of peace and prosperity is how we engage with the members of the Universal Council. And that council extends beyond the Earth space. So we cannot get there if we don't have peace and prosperity on this planet. So why is that? And it has to do with not understanding the plasma rule. We understand the survival of the fittest, where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. But in the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so when we see two fields coming together, whether they be opposing ideas or opposing armies, it represents a kind of a conflict point. And that conflict always falls within a binding zone, and that binding zone includes the two members of the conflict point. So it automatically brings a manifestation together. based on the density of that binding zone, and we call that the inertia density manifestation. So that's the terminology aspect of it. But we've failed to understand how important energy binding is and how it is created, because it is important for our existence. But we've forgotten how we got here, and we continue to operate on a self-serving basis, which is very important. We all have the right of self-determination, but not at the expense of others. The universe provides everything that we need, and so by stealing from others or fighting others, denying others, we're actually shortchanging ourselves. And that is fairly obvious. So it all comes down to the basics, where we have charted a path based on the 10 commandments, and then we find out there's another 14 commandments. And in that list, one of the most important ones is thou shalt not lie. And this is a real problem for poker players everywhere, because the success of a good poker player is how well you can lie, because the liar wins. And that's one of the problems with the game of poker. Everyone likes to play that game of poker, and supposedly there are rules, but the ultimate goal of the game is for one to lead, one to win, and the others to lose. In fact, all the others to lose. Only one winner. And so it's a fun game if you like entertainment. But if you're just whiling away the hours, sure, it's a lot of fun. But if you're gambling on your rent, or you're gambling on your country's future, or you're gambling on your welfare of your countrymen, it's not so much fun. It doesn't fall under the rule of gamesmanship. So each of us individually have our own battles. We're seeking vitality enhancement, and that vitality enhancement contributes to our emotional and physical well-being. And that is guaranteed by the universal community. But for some reason, we are gravitating towards the regular and shying away from the super. And it's not working, is it? Because we need a vitality enhancement. So what we're finding is we have a population that is getting old and decrepit. And that really wasn't a logical train of thought. But it has extended itself that we have many who are young and decrepit. And that kind of really changes the train of thought. So age has been taken out of the equation with respect to aging, and with respect to health, and with respect to prosperity, vitality, and peace, of course. So those are not really the factors anymore. There are other factors that we need to understand. So there is a transmutation highway that's operating in the background, and we're nowhere near it. We're operating on a transmission highway where we regard things that have to do with frequency, such as heat and pressure, and of course, light, visible light. So the transmutation highway is many orders of magnitude higher in terms of energy. And that's what we want to elaborate today, because in order for us to differentiate what we have, we can't just go and dig it up. We would have to know how it's created in the first place. And that means we need to extend our knowledge. So this is the course that we're embarking on this series, because frankly, we did produce the cups of life, and they did give us the vitality and the emotional and physical strength. And that did come from our understanding of the nanocoding process of the monatomic science. And so this is in the intermediate nanotech extension of the nanocoding process, but that is not being used on the advanced part of the science. It is a ways and means of teaching us the different energy states and the relativity of these energy states. And that's the whole point. So we understand that we can create a GANS product, which is a radiance manifestation of the coming together of the basic physicality and the nanocoded physicality in an environment such as a caustic environment and a saline environment, and produce different ganses. The most fundamental, of course, are the carbon, the calcium, the zinc, and the copper. And let's not forget water, which is the solvent of life, and amino acids, which are the contra to the water. When we produce water, we produce protein, and the two don't mix. Oil and water don't mix, and the reason they don't mix is because we stand erect. And if we didn't, we would just be mush. And so we find that there are individual differentiated things that happen. But before we get there, we have to understand that there's a basic science that has to do with the one-track cup of the soul, where it's a representation of the magnetical gravitational effects and of the soul. So the pattern is that each individual cup, be it an emotional cup or a physical cup, has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And the cup of the soul, likewise. And each cup has a soul. But when we bring all three together, as we do in the book number 1, The Creation of Matter, there is a magnetical gravitational relationship and the soul. And to arrive at that is a progression. And so we hope to go step by step through that progression because it helps us as mature knowledge seekers to review where we've been and where we're going and to stay on course. And we are continually brought back to the beginning. And what has prompted this whole discussion is that there are many new knowledge seekers who are coming on very rapidly, and they want to catch up very rapidly. And so we're challenged. And how do we explain this when we are only working in the singular physical dimension? So we're totally ignoring the one-track cup of the universe, which is how our minds operate. We have 2 hemispheres in our brain, and they operate the same way as the cups of life do. We have a copper GANS, which is physical, and a zinc GANS, which is emotional, and we have the carbon gen, which is the carbon GANS of the environment, and you bring those 3 together to come together into the body of the physicality. But there's more, because we retain the brain, we retain the physicality, and all the other attributes that are accrued to it. So this follows that the Earth space has the same properties. And so we see the manifestation of the many elements on the periodic table of elements, where we have not only different elements, but we can create different ganses of each of these elements. So the question then becomes is, how do we differentiate this? And so that becomes an important point, because the only thing that we've been concerned about in a great way because of the commercialization of our physical knowledge has been to excavate many of these minerals and then trade with them and make other goods from them, completely oblivious to how they were created. And in turn, we become completely oblivious to how we were created. And since it's hard to get those answers, then we kind of just live with it and ignore that. Well, we're coming to the point now where we have to ask those questions because the answers are becoming obvious. And that one answer is what we know is not working. So there has to be a new knowledge. And that's why we're in the Beyond Beijing era. It only happened on May the 10th of 2025, where we publicly showed the production of gold, that which we dig up without any knowledge, just with a pick and a shovel and maybe a different scale. But we're still digging. Well, now we can create it. And not only that, but we can create whatever we want. And so if that is the case, that means that we can create peace as well. So then the question is, what is it that we want? And so we find that we have fallen victims to this angular density, which has to do with what we call the falling. We see the fallen angels, and that's how we rationalize it. But we see that these fallen angels follow the laws of angular momentum, which equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. So that's the mathematical reason. But the thing is, it falls to increased density, it falls to increased pressure, and it falls to increased gravity. And so that is the answer. But how does that happen? So we start to enter an era where the orders of magnitude become significant. So what does that mean? And say you drive your car and you're doing 100 kilometers per hour. Well, if you step up one order of magnitude, you would be doing 1,000 kilometers per hour. And if you did 2, that would be 10,000. And if you did 3, that would be 100,000. Well, can you imagine how many speeding tickets you would get in your community? But maybe you'd be going so fast that they wouldn't even be able to catch you to give you the speeding ticket. So the question that we have is, why in our physicality are we limited in our speed, and yet light can seem to travel at light speed? And light speed is many orders of magnitude faster than how we can drive. But we need to see that there's a relationship in orders of magnitude. So that is a factor of 10. And in our computer systems, we've gone from mega to giga to terabytes. And we see that is a lot of memory. And we need that memory because of the demands of the video processing, which is now becoming quite common. But if we go in the other direction, we go from micro to nano, and that's the subject we're talking about, the nanotech. And then we find that beyond the nanotech is the picotech, which we haven't even talked about yet. But this is all part of the plasma science. So we see that the old science is stuck inside a box. And if we want to advance into these upper levels of magnitude, we have to step outside the box. And so we see that this is a two-way street, that we can step outside by going larger, we can step outside by going smaller. And how big is large, or how big is small? And how do we step up, or do we have to step down? And what does it mean to go from step to step? And so the old science has had some answers, but in the new science, we see that the plasma energy is the foundation of this change in levels of magnitude. So one of the things that when we talk about a plasma field, it's undifferentiated. It's just it's a field. Well, how big is the field? So I guess it all depends on how big a fence you have. The bigger the longer the fence, I guess the bigger the field. But it also has a lot to do with conformity. But fundamentally, when we get into the very large, the tera, 10 to the 12th, it's a large field. So as we go down by a level of magnitude, those fields get smaller, progressively smaller. And so we're only showing the 3 steps, going from tera to giga to mega. But we can go even further below 1, and we find that they get smaller and still smaller. So if we say a plasma field, we don't know what we're talking about, because it's just like you say a car. Well, does it have 3 wheels or 4 wheels or 6 wheels, or is it blue or is it gray? And well, you don't even know if the steering wheel is on the proper side. So when we talk about building dimensions, it's a point, it's a blank point, and it's undifferentiated. So there has to be a starting point. And that was shown in the creation of matter. But we didn't say which matter, just any matter. And then to build a dimension, you add a point and then connect. But it's still undifferentiated. And so we can add another point, and then we connect only 2 of the 3. And it's still undifferentiated. And as we'll see, we can add another point and connect 3. It's still undifferentiated. Each of these points is just a blank point, just showing us a basic dimension building. And so this has an important thing in terms of reference, because it's a star formation. And so just through the nature of the star formation, we introduce the magnetico-gravitational relationship. And it's still undifferentiated. So it's just a star formation, the concept. And that concept is the breaking of the chains of man, where we go from the chain density of the atomic structure to the unchained density of the monatomic structure. And so we find that we still have the physical matter, but the way it is bonded together is very different. In the atomic structure, there's a physical link, but in the monatomic structure, there's a bonding. And it could be a covalent, or it could be a trivalent, or a tetravalent bonding. So when we look at the 3 dimensions and how we can traverse these 3 dimensions, each dimension has its own pathway. So we have an x-axis, and it goes from point to point, and it follows a path. So the y-axis is certainly not going to follow that path. And the z-axis is going to follow another different path. And so if you only look at the one path, you don't see the other paths. And the question is, which path do you follow? Well, the path that you follow is not the other path. You have to follow an open path. But if you were to bring these and recombine them, you would find that structure, that inherent structure of the 3 dimensions. But the thing is, we know that in the lowest energy state, it creates a crystalline stability. And it does this through a crystalline connectivity. So we start to have different formations, and they kind of represent the different structures, but they're all different. And here we're only looking at the fundamental three-dimensional aspects, possibilities of the x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. But the thing is that crystalline portability will go through different energy transitions. In other words, it'll keep its paths going from solid to liquid to gaseous to the plasma state. So we need to have some kind of map to summarize everything. So we'll bring into account MAGRAV mileposts. One moment, please. So what are MAGRAV mileposts? They show MAGRAV relationships. These MAGRAV relationships could be ranges, could be gradients, but they involve things that we all commonly talk about. We talk about our bodies. Our body is a MAGRAV relationship between the emotional and physical structure. Our body is comprised of atoms. So is the Earth space. So are the minerals. And an atom has an electron-proton MAGRAV relationship. And then, of course, water, which is very important for the Earth space. It's very important for our space. And it has a hydrogen-oxygen MAGRAV relationship. And then, of course, water is not just water. We have a way to measure what water is. It's a pH table, potentiation of hydrogen, and it has an acidic alkaline MAGRAV relationship. So what all these things have in common is a charge, and that is a negative positive. Excuse me, what happened there? It's a negative positive MAGRAV relationship. So all MAGRAV relationship have a magnetical gravitational range. And within that range, there is a gradient. So when we look at these MAGRAV mileposts, we have to see that there is a MAGRAV condition that envelopes these relationships. So that MAGRAV, in order to exist, has to have these relationships of these emotional and physical. In other words, there has to be a containment within the magnetical gravitational field. And of course, it's also true for gold and any other mineral. The physical manifestation is dependent on this MAGRAV relationship. And so it may not be obvious, but the thing is, it is repeatable. It is verifiable. It's not a theory. And the reason it's graduated beyond the theory is because we have the practical application for it. And just give me a second here to see if I can fix this up, because I think it's a very useful thing, isn't it? In other words, what we're saying here is we have to be a little bit more positive in our work. It isn't all negative. We'll get there. There. And now we know what the charge means, negative and positive. But which way does it go? Which way does the gradient go? Because a gradient can go, sure, like a toboggan, downhill. The steeper the slope, the faster you go. But it could go uphill as well. And so for many of us, going downhill is a lot easier than going uphill. Just look at how you approach stairs. That's assuming that you hit all the stairs and you don't just come tumbling down like Jack and Jill. But let's get back to the point. The point is that when you're talking about dimension positioning, each point is undifferentiated. So what you're seeing here is that each point is a negative point because it's the end point. And so if the end point is negative, then the connector is positive. So as we see the creation of that point, it's represented in book number 1, the universal order creation of matters. And the other point, likewise, undifferentiated, is also represented by book number 1, the universal order creation of matters. So now we have 2 books number 1. Well, what is the connector? Well, that's the point. It's the structure of the light. That's what connects one point to the other point. So our dimension positioning means that we can be in one point and then we can move to another point. But what is now becoming apparent that we can be in 2 points simultaneously. Now, if that seems very far-fetched, we know that the modern computers can operate with multiple monitors. So you have one computer with 2 displays, and they're different. So we know that that is possible. So maybe when we're talking about the dimension positioning, we can operate the same way. And shall we say, we just, for simple description, oscillate between the 2 points. But in order to do that, we have to do that very rapidly. So we know that light travels at a very fast speed. So that may be the explanation that we need in terms of that. But it's still undifferentiated because we don't know where on this highway we're going to be. But if we were to suggest the carbon inertia highway, because this highway goes into many different directions, we find that the carbon inertia highway also has different points. So we find, for instance, the basic point is that carbon 14 and carbon 10 are 2 points on the transition highway, and that totals 24. Carbon 16 and carbon 8 likewise totals up to carbon 24, but that's on the transmutation highway. So we find that our viewpoint of the transmission highway, if we say, well, we only have carbon 12, we have to understand that it's only half the picture. There is another picture that we're not seeing. So let's recognize that it's there. So to balance everything out, so carbon 12 with carbon 12 would be carbon 24. And so that is in the initial positioning. But in order to create that position, because it's an inertia highway, we understand that the inertia highway comes together from the interaction of two fields. So we now can look at the carbon 14 as saying, well, it's undifferentiated. It's just carbon 14, and we don't know where it comes from, but wherever it comes from, there's another carbon 14. Because that connection connects to everything. And if there's a carbon 14, then there's another carbon 10. So then the question becomes, if the carbon 14 comes together with the carbon 10, makes you carbon 24, which 14 are we talking about? And which 10 are we talking about? And then the same question will apply to the carbon 16. So then we come to the anomaly. You say, well, okay, the transmutation highway seems to have two undifferentiated choice. And the transition has two undifferentiated choices. So what's happening on the transition, on the transmission highway? So when we talk about a dimension positioning, then there's another choice in the background. And so when we connect one point to the other point, are we certain that we can't cross over? We're just going to say that there is a possibility we could make a choice, say, on the foreground pair or on the background pair. They still follow the universal order of creation of matters, and they're still connected with the structure of the light. But now we have different choices. But then if we look at the transmission and we say, well, where is its choice? And so we always say, well, let there be light. Well, that light has to come from somewhere. And why don't we have the light? Because it's a lot darker on our side? Is that the point? So now we have more choices. And since we have those more choices, we have to understand that our dimension positioning, although still undifferentiated, can take new choices. And they would still work. And as unbelievable as it might be for the average person, we all know that we drive our cars to work, or we drive our cars to the grocery store, but we don't do it the way we were born. We don't do it the way we go to sleep. We don't do it the way we think. So if there's an unseen, undifferentiated reality, then we understand that our dimension positioning is based on that. Because that dimension is an inertia Maggrav condition. So we can change our dimension sizes by orders of magnitude, and we can also change the sizes of our sources by orders of magnitude. So this changeability gives us a lot of versatility. And then in addition to the dimension positioning, now we can also have a gradient change. So these points appear to be equal, but they're not. Because in order to make a relationship, you have to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so when we look at the size of the field, the larger field is gravitational and the smaller field is magnetical. And so we didn't say how big or how small because it's still undifferentiated, and we didn't say what it was. We're just talking about the relationship and the positioning. So we have a choice of which reality it comes from, we have a choice of which energy state, and we have a choice of which gradient. So many choices, and yet we seem to be locked into a position. And then we find that there's a dimension anomaly. Because as we said, with respect to the gradient, with the toboggan going downhill or you climbing up a hill, then a funny thing happens. The magnetical field would be larger and the gravitational field would be smaller. Because the smaller it gets, the more gravitational it is. Because as the fallen angels fall to density. And the greater the density, the greater the pressure. And the greater the pressure, the greater the gravity. And so as we get more and more gravitational towards the core, it becomes smaller. So now we have an anomaly, and this is hard for people to understand. And that is because this is a two-way street. So how do we navigate on that two-way street? So we have to understand that there are connections. And these connections don't need to be absorbed, but can remain within their integrity and just overlap. So we still have the dimension building where we have one point hooked up to another point, still undifferentiated, but we can have another point hooked up to another point. And well, why don't we just keep that going? And we find that we can have another pair of connections. And as we put these three pairs together, so the key word is pairs, twins, we create a gravitational base. What defines a gravitational base? It has absorbed more energy. It has more energy to give. So this is the basis and the foundation of dimension building. And so we've talked in the past about a star formation. So here we are with the foundational base that is gravitational, which means the top of the star is magnetical. But where is this? So when we put these rotating balls of GANs in a star formation, we created a gravitational dimension. And that was the production of gold. And we did that publicly. And so we showed the rotating balls. But this was done for instruction purposes only because this is obsolete technology. So here we are discussing the nanotech, which is fundamentally obsolete. However, the principles are not. The principles transcend all the way. So if we can understand that it takes two rotating balls and they are overlapping in their connectivity, and then they are on all the points. So you have your three outer points, which are your gravitational, and you have the one point in the center, which is magnetical. And you say, well, wait a second. They're all on the same level. Well, in terms of height, yes. But in terms of positioning, no. And in terms of field strength, no. So the three pairs on the outside are gravitational, and the one pair in the center is magnetical. And the energy goes from the higher to the lower. But as we've seen, the gradient change is a two-way street. So the question then becomes, is which is higher and which one is lower? This is why it's so important to understand the difference between the magnetical and the gravitational, because the magnetical is the giver and the gravitational is the taker. But it's undifferentiated because we didn't say who we're giving to and we didn't say who we're taking from. And so this is the basic anomaly and the basic cause of a lot of the confusion. But the point of the matter is that each of these rotating fields is individually manufactured by each rotating ball. And then when they all come and work together, they are all rotating, they are all working together, and they're all working together for a purpose. And so when we look at a dynamic plasma, we can see that the field extends beyond the physicality. We have to take that into account because it's there. It's the answer to everything. Just because you can't see it and you can't touch it doesn't mean it's not there, and we have the proof to prove it. And each of us has been able to do that with GANs, which is the product that's created from the nanotech. So the GANs is part of the matter state, the small m matter state. But the fields are part of the plasma state, and bringing together the plasma states is all part of the dynamic plasma state. And so there we have the relationship between the magnetical and the gravitational. So the dynamic plasma, well, it can go in two directions. This is the key. We're just looking at it going from one direction. We started with the physical, we made the nanotech, then we made the GANs, and then we made the plasma. But what happens when we go in the opposite direction? Well, we just retrace our steps. So we find that the core component is also a star formation. So star formation has a magnetical gravitational relationship, but it is not in isolation. It has a relationship with its neighbor. And so its neighbor has to have an orientation that is complementary. So we haven't defined where this is. It's just a relationship between two star components. But in order to make it work, we have to go into each and every direction. So there has to be a change in polarity. There has to be a change in relationship. And then there has to be an interaction to offer some kind of bonding. And that bonding has also to respond to the rules of the gravitational magnetical force fields. So if we have each star formation having its own magnetical gravitational force field, and then the neighbor has a magnetical gravitational force field in any direction, and then there's a relationship between them, which is unseen. And that too is a magnetical gravitational relationship. So I think we can see the point. The point could be gravitational. The point could be magnetical. We haven't identified the relationship with the environment. It doesn't matter. What matters is that there's a portability of energy that is undifferentiated in its simplicity. It's differentiated in its complexity because the complexity is more stable. And so that stability leads to portability, where we can, by a gradient of stability, which is a charge, go through the switchboard both ways. It's a two-way street through the switchboard connection. That's where we left off with the basic nanotech, to understand that there's a transition matter from the negative and the transition matter of the positive, and it comes together in the transfer state of the NP junction. And we just call it the transfer state because we don't know where it's going, but it is the junction, and it could go one way or it can go another way. It has a choice, and that is only two choices. But when we look at the conservation of energy, we have multiple choices, because each side on the laws of conservation have to be in balance. So each side has to have a conservation of a maggrav, which is the balance of the magnetical gravitational positioning of each side of the equation. But if the equation goes through different energy states, then you have to have a conservation of inertia, which is the maggrav condition of the different energy transfer states. And then likewise, one can be connected from the higher to the lower, or one can be connected from the lower to the higher, or there could be other choices that are unseen. And each one has a maggrav condition, which is a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then each one, based on its susceptibility, will position itself. So what is very instructive is in the nanotech, because we've seen when we nanocoated a copper wire, we ended up with carbon. Strange. So when we look at water, we know that we can change the pH. But if we look at the potentiation of strength, that also happens. The relationship between the initial potential energy and the final potential energy, and the relationship between the initial kinetic energy and the final kinetic energy. These are all based on the magnetical gravitational relationships. is fundamental to the understanding because it has to do with the potentiation of balance. And so this is where, we see it as one side being acidic and another side being alkaline, but, there's a acid forming and there's an alkaline forming characteristic that causes the susceptibility to change. We're not seeing that. We're just seeing the inertia product. That's the point. So the energy portability now is coming through different energy state transitions where we can elevate to a higher energy state that takes from the physical matter state to the energy state, or we can lower it to through inertia, where the energy state gets lowered to the physical matter state. That's not a condemnation of the level. That's just the way things work. And each and every one of them has their own purpose and their own characteristics. And when we overcompensate on one, we tend to rob from the other. And that is where we go out of balance. It's hard to achieve peace and prosperity when you're out of balance. So when we look at the z-axis stairway to density, we see that it actually is going down towards density, what we call the angular density. And so when we reach a certain point, we change the pH. And the change in the pH is by order of magnitude. And once we come to the midpoint, we not only change the pH, but we change the personality of the atomic physicality. As we go up, we go from the acidic to the alkaline, but as we go down, we go from the alkaline to the acidic. So these are all part of the transmission susceptibility gradients. And so we discovered how the pH of the inertia field is done. If you want it to be acidic, you have to add more acid to it. But the thing is, we have a change within each magnetical gravitational relationship. So you add the acid to the acidic, you add the alkaline to the alkaline. So what you're getting is an inertia product. This not only is a pH transition, but it's an energy portability. And that can be within the range, from one range to another range, or from a state to a state. And so we see that this splitting of the pH is representative in many different potentiation layers. And so the y-axis density transition in terms of nanotech is due to causticity and the unstable energy transition state. So at this point, we're talking about where it's undifferentiated, but the basis of it is represented in hydrogen. Hydrogen has an affinity where it can be orthohydrogen or parahydrogen. And you say, oh, so hydrogen itself is not just hydrogen. And so that coming from the source, and we talk about this connection with carbon-14, and in the universe with carbon-60, and then beyond. We still haven't even got there. We're still on the basic physical science. And then how do we talk about the unicos? And then beyond that, how do we talk about the creator? So the basis of our knowledge is not there yet. But if we can understand the basics of our nanotech, that'll be very helpful, because this is how we can understand the periodic table of switchboards, because our Earth space seems to understand that very, very well, because each and every element on this periodic table is within our environment. And if we understand that every location of every single element is based on its nearness and proximity and its relationship to its neighbors, because it's the environment of the neighbors which allows it to exist. Because if you cannot have that containment, the magnetical gravitational containment and its stability, you cannot maintain that position and that dimension position, nor that energy state position, which is why we have solids, liquids, and gases. So we know that we have those three dimensions, but we don't recognize or accept that these are inertia products, which means that there is an plasma substructure that created it. And that's the whole point. So we don't care which element it is. They're all created the same way. So there's the pH stairway of both poles, where you can elevate through causticity, or you can facilitate the inertia through maggrav positioning. And then you have all the different potentiation plasma layers in between. And these are all representative of the different gradients. So when we're looking at the nuclear feeding inertia, we find that these are all fragments of the complexity. So each one has a field that is culminating from the sum of three other fields, such as 1 + 1 + 1. And we didn't say which one, but it comes together as more than three, because the gravitational stability is portable through the various dimensions. So whether we have the matter state, the dark matter, or the antimatter, the nuclear feeding inertia operates by the same rules. And it's a two-way street. So it can slide down the hill or climb up the hill. So we have to set up maggrav pathways. This is how we create it, with the force fields of attraction and the force fields of repulsion. Attraction is the gravitational intensity, and the repulsion is the magnetical outtensity. So the intensity then gives us the feedback, and the outtensity is the feeding, and still undifferentiated. But when we say electrons and neutrons, there's a dimension anomaly. So fundamentally, yeah, we can say that one is bigger than the other, but did we say which one? So then that becomes the problem. Because in the beginning, the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. So we didn't say which neutron, we didn't say which atom, and we didn't say which PM tick, but we did say, let there be light, because we know that light comes from the darkness. And we didn't even say which light. So this is all fundamental, basic science. The principal matter is the magnetical PM ticks, which are part of the feeding, and the convergence of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen, which is part of the plasmagen conversion. And then we have to have that environment, which is the Earth space, which it too is a maggrav that follows the same rules of the gravitational convergence. And then we have the field interaction, which becomes an inertia product. So within the field interaction inertia product of the Earth space, we have the field interaction of the inertia product of our inner space, our physicality. So it's a product of the combination of the plasma. And so it requires a combination of two plasmas, one of which is magnetical and one of which is gravitational. And then they interact. And then you now have the basis to interact in a maggrav relationship with physicality. So this is where we're having the problem, because the matter plasma dimensions involve both the gravitational of the physical and the magnetical of the emotional. And we are feedback dominant. We only work with the physicality. We discount the rest. And we do that at our peril, because the hydrogen is the gravitational conformation of the beginning of the periodic table of elements, which is fundamental to the structure of the planet, which is important for us. And then we have the gravitational conformation of the oxygen, which is important for us in terms of our existence. And then we have the gravitational conformation of the pH dome reactor, which shows us that we can shield ourselves. So we can choose, what do we absorb, what do we repel? We have that choice, and we have that responsibility. So we have to have a humanity inertia shielding to shield ourselves from the hostiles, from the aggression, from the environmental harm, and most importantly, from fear mongering. So we're headed into uncharted territory. So when you ask, where are you? Well, you're here, and well, you're also here, because we are now going into beyond the nano-monatomic state. And we have to take into account our ancestral intelligence, because we are the product of that technology. We are the inertia product, and we have choices. As long as we connect and tune in to the soul food, plug into the creator, that's what we need to do, so that we can receive that energy. We can turn it on and drop out from our resistance. But we have to provide the pattern. That's how we get the energy. So look at the pattern that you're creating, and then you can understand the consequences. Because we are the instigators. So we are in the era of gold production. May the 10th, 2025, we hit a milestone, and now we can add to that. So we're asking for people to rally to the space plasma research teams, so that we can continue to bring peace and prosperity to this planet, to continue to bring the greater oneness, the way we have done for 594 knowledge seekers workshops, to offer the suddenly transcending ability to uplift the limitations of the nuclear science, not using it for warmongering, but using it for peaceful purposes, because that is the universal law. So we need to put forward a technology release because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We need a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, and a political rescue. This all has to do with the preservation of humanity and its rescue. So, as part of the transmutation training, we all have an opportunity to fly with a captain. The next series is June 27th, the 3-part series, to continue to add to the knowledge. And so when we understand the basic books and we see that there's more to understand, and what is our position here? Since we are the observers, are we in the 4th dimension? Is that the correct answer? Well, regardless, our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. And the only way we can do that is through equality. So we want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. So help us achieve this goal. It's not just our goal, it's your goal. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Yes, we're learning about the new selection process where we get to choose in the new plasma science. And one of the things we have to choose is the World Peace Treaty. We have to sign it and we have to mean it sincerely. So the point of the true nanotech is to maintain integrity. And the peace dome of outer space can be an umbrella or can be a fountain. But the inertia of the present is governed by the dimensions of history. That is inherent in our learning, and it's time to learn the history of self in a universal context. So see that the inertia of self can migrate as a superconductor. So our job is to fill in the blanks of our point of view of the new physical transition dimensions. And the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. And that's the end of this class. And I really hope you've enjoyed the trip. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for continuing to enlighten us. I don't think you could have put it more simply, but yet the understanding is still, the complete understanding is still far away, but we continue to peck away at it, I suppose, each one of us according to our strengths and according to our position. So thank you, Alex, again. Let's see if any of the participants would like to raise a point or have a discussion or join in to voice their understanding. Yes.
Hi, Alex.
Good day.
Good day. Is there a relationship? There has to be, but I just don't understand. I don't understand it per se, but hear these thoughts. We have the structure of a plasma, the 3 structure of the plasma, 3 parts of it. And then we have the magnetic and gravitational field. But Mr. Keshe said there's another field in between the magnetic and gravitational that goes oscillate either to the other, to magnetic or to gravitational. There's an apparent field, so an apparent 3rd ray. And it seems to rhyme with every other thing, has 3 parts to it as part of creation. You just mentioned now you're using the coordinates. You see the coordinates, the x coordinates, which
Right.
can go left to right, and you have the y-axis coordinate that can go up and down. And then the third one, the z, it seems to go in depth, like inside you or outside you. So would you say there is some type of relationship with the initial structure of a plasma in the sense that if you are to have a full creation, you have to go through the 3 stages?
No, you don't. It's just easier to go step by step. But there's no rule that says you have to go step by step. So that's why let's say you are a pioneer, and let's say this is the North America 150 years ago or 200 years ago. So you have a wagon train headed west. They go very, very slowly, but there's some people who want to see what's down the road. So you send out scouts, and they don't pull a wagon, they just ride the horse and they go. So they can go faster. And then they can go and they can come back and they can report to the rest and say, okay, if we go this way, that'll be safe. Or if we go that way, it'll be better. It'll be shorter. And so that wagon train depends on the scout. Well, this is exactly what we have to have faith in our captains in the transmutation series. Because in terms of the trust that the wagon train has to have in the scout is how we can transmute as a group. But the scout has to have faith in something, right? So the scout doesn't have faith in another scout. So maybe the scout has to have faith in his horse, but frankly, the horse has to have faith in the scout because the scout is riding the horse. So there's a synergy. So the rider, right, is the soul, and the horse is the transportation. And the two work together. So there's a Magrav relationship between the rider and the horse. And the fundamental glue that holds the bond is trust. So when we look at...
So the trust, is that the third factor?
Exactly.
So that means there has to be 3 stages.
Exactly.
Interesting. It's all process of creation, but we're calling it different things in different ways.
Well, that's where the confusion comes in. Okay, so if you look at the periodic table of elements, see now you brought up a really a huge point. And where are we here? All of the elements are created from hydrogen. But there's a problem. When you look at the periodic table of elements and they're all organized by number, that number represents the number of protons. Every element has a neutron, except hydrogen. Hydrogen does not have a neutron. Unless you consider that the proton is actually a neutron. Unless you consider that the hydrogen is actually an electron and a neutron. But Then if you move through the periodic table of elements, that breaks down. It doesn't work. So science has agreed that the hydrogen is an electron-proton combination, and yet is the fundamental element for all of the periodic table of elements. And as you go through that periodic table, each element becomes more and more dense. So the number has a relationship to its density and its mass. And so as we go through that periodic table, there's a progression towards more gravitation. And then what we find as we get down into things like uranium, they can no longer be contained within that physicality, but they start to exhibit a radiation. And so we've been conditioned through the fear mongering to fear this radiation. Well, when we find out that we as human beings have an enormous amount of radiation, and when you go to a party and, I'm looking from a man's point of view, a special woman enters into the room and the whole room is lit up and it's brilliant. And when she leaves, it's kind of gloomy. So, everyone emits this radiation and it's an energy. So that means that energy is always flowing. So we call it something else because it's not hydrogen. So then we call it neon, or we call it chlorine, or we call it germanium. But it's all the same. It's a containment within a Magrav condition, and that position to maintain its physicality is determined by its neighbors. So if its neighbors are stable and they create a Magrav condition, within that Magrav condition, which is specifically what you asked, you can create that Magrav condition that is positioned within the boundary of the two neighbors. Isn't that the question that you asked?
Indeed. What made me ask the question specifically, if you go to the coordinates that you were talking about, you have the 3D and the 2D. You can make the complete creation to what we know in 3D if you have the three coordinates, the X, the Y, and the Z. But,
yes.
But on paper, you can only have the two, X and Y, with no Z.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking, why is it that you can always have full creation in terms of, and when I say creation, is anything, not, it could be a concept of existence in any shape or form, or in anything we do. There has to be the thought factor. Either we know it or we don't know it yet. Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, Ike. What this diagram shows is that each axis has its own pathway, and it appears that that pathway is chosen by that axis. But the thing is that that pathway is the pathway of least resistance. And so to have that least resistance, it means the other pathways have to be occupied. So then how do you know which one is occupied? You know, is the y-axis chosen because the x and the z have occupied? But then how does the z-axis occupy its pathway? It has to depend on the y and the x to be occupied. Well, then the x, how does the x choose? Well, the y and the z. Oh, well, wait a second. So now you've got paralysis coming in here because each axis being dependent on the other two axes can make up its mind because the other axes are depending on it. So which one goes first? Or you say, oh well, let's do the X one first, or let's no, I want to be polite. No. Let's get Z go first. What about Y? You know, why doesn't Y go first? So what we have to realize is that all three go simultaneously because that's how you maintain the MAGRAV condition. If you don't have all three coming together, you don't have the universal order of creation of matter. And then what happens? You don't get the book number one. It doesn't happen. Okay? It doesn't happen. You have to have all of them together. And that is just in its basic form. But from there, you now have a dimension positioning. So that's one. And that positioning is based on the other, but they're undifferentiated. So then the question becomes, at what point do they become differentiated? So it's exactly what you said. You have to have all three come together. Thanks very much, Ike. That was you got the point. Holy cow, man. When are you going to take over these classes?
No, I can't do that. You're the one.
All right, thank you, Ike. Thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to raise a point or ask a question? Now, you've mentioned conservation of energy a couple times, maybe 3 or 4, I think, during this presentation, maybe just a couple times. We do have a class about conservation of energy, in a way, MAGRAV positioning. And I think that's what he said about that separation between the magnetical and gravitational. He called that the MAGRAV positioning. And I guess that MAGRAV, when you change that MAGRAV positioning, as we bring the electron closer to the proton, we get a different interaction. But that gap between the magnetical and the gravitational, I think is what he referred to as a MAGRAV positioning. Any confirmation on that?
Totally, Mark, you've graduated.
Hardly. You've been mentioning the conservation of energy, and it does seem like to me at this point that all of the technologies in the different areas are all about conservation of energy. We just went through the creation of the Dome of Peace. Did we move our position? Did we make any phone calls? Did we write any emails? No, we just used the interaction of the fields. So the same with feeding ourselves. Can we feed ourselves without eating? Isn't that a conservation of energy in a way? Or
What conservation of energy, you have that connotation or meaning that energy is lost. But energy, in a sense, can't be lost if energy is everywhere. You just take what you need. So it's really an illusion to have this conservation of energy concept. So I don't get it, because if energy is all around us, so what are we losing? Or what are we conserving?
Well, if you're going from Earth to Mars in a matter of minutes rather than 6 months, what sort of conservation of energy would that reflect?
If you're going from Earth to Mars,
conventionally, it says through rocket to, our best system, it's going to take about 6 months to get there. With the plasma technology, you arrive there in seconds, or at the worst.
Yeah, and that's true, and that proves the point that it's an illusion, because we use plasma to get there quicker because the energy is all around us. There's no conservation or wasting of energy. We just are more enlightened on how to use that. But here, they bring up all these things to, confuse people with conserving energy. So what are we conserving if energy is all around us already?
Claudia, I think she has her hand up, but I was also thinking again in energy production. Do we need nuclear reactors? Do we need water flow over turbines or, to move them? We can just interact with the fields and create as much energy as we need. I look at that as a conservation of energy. Yes, Claudia, please.
Hello everyone. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Claudia.
I'd like to make a question for you about the time that's created in the energy time with the emotions and the intelligence that Mr. Keshe explained to us. Because I was thinking that I am here, I create my time with the 3 P's like possession, place, and position. But if I close my eyes, for example, and have an imagination that I am in different points in the universe at the same time, doing many things. So there are other positions that other times that I am creating is, I think, with my emotions and my intelligence. Or do you think that I can be in a matter state in another place at the same time?
Okay,
Is this about physical time and enlightenment time?
Yeah, because I'm thinking, I am in matter state here, and I created my time here with the possession, place, and position. But Mr. Keshe explained about another way to create a time, and was with the emotions and the intelligence. Could be another, Claudia, for example, if I want with my emotions only in energy position or in a matter position too?
It could be in a matter. From my understanding, it still could be in a matter, but it's a different creation. Look at it as you are, like you said, you are sitting, you are already here, your position, your the place and your possession, and position as a human being is here in this time period. And then if you close your eyes, and would you be able to be in a different position, or in a state of possession as a physicality, or in a state of using your intelligence? But you still can manifest that same another position and possession, but that's in a different time period. But to go to that intelligence, to go to that pace fast enough to a higher strength, you have to go through that energy progression of time. So what you acquired from that physical position becomes your emotion, and then it creates an intelligence that you can also have that enlightenment if you are in another position, when you put yourself in another position. So I see how you are looking at it as physical, but you can't use that physical in terms of emotions, intelligence, and enlightenment. That's just the energy progression of the soul. It's two different things, but you still could be manifest, because you can go back and forth. You can still manifest, but now you are in a different time zone. If you look at the movies, the Matrix, that's the way I look at it. When they sit down, they are sitting in that position, and then they close their eyes and they see themselves in a different world. But their physical body are still there, but then they are operating in that other advanced realm. They have activities going and whatever, but that's a different time period. But they still have their physical body. So in a sense, you can still exist in that and go back and forth. You just need to know how to do it, which he will be teaching us how to do all that. And it starts from transmutation, according to Mr. Keshe. That's my understanding.
Could you repeat that question again, Claudia? I don't think I understood it fully.
I am only repeating, for example, the definition to create a time is with the time, position, possession. In another way is with the emotion and intelligence. For example, I am here on earth with matter state and with my fathers. I create my position here, and my emotions. So I am here and I created that time. But if I close my eyes, because I am energy, and my emotions, like for example, I want to be in 10 places at the same time, not only one. I don't know. I don't want to go only to work now. I want to be in 10 places.
You said 10.
And I want to continue here working, for example.
You said you want to be in 10 different places?
Yes.
Okay.
This is only, I will create 10 different times. And I think it's only possible with the emotions and the intelligence.
Yeah, yes,
I will
Claudia.
create.
Claudia, you're right. You can be in 10 places, you can be in multiple places at the same time. Mr. Keshe said that. But the way to understand it, the way I understood it is, Mr. Keshe called it the evolution of physicality. Starts with when you create the time, you have the place, position, and possession. That's you create the time period. That's the evolution of all the physicality. So that's where you're sitting. Now, if you want to create another time period and be in multiple places where your physicality is still there, but you can still operate in different other places, that becomes evolution of the soul. And that's where you have the emotion, the intelligence, and then the enlightenment. Because now you are existing in energy, you can still operate, you can still exist in different forms in multiple places. But your physicality is still there in that evolution of physicality. That's Mr. Keshe.
But like if I go in this point that you are saying, why I am here only to why is the objective, how can I say, is the objective to be here?
What's the point of being here?
What's the point?
Objective?
Yeah.
Well, that's why he says physicality is an illusion, because the real thing is the energy, That's what it says. But remember, this physicality that you are here is because we have the magnetic fields, we have the possession, we have all this to fit this physical body in this place that we're in, this time period. So it might not be possible to have the same exact look in other places, but you can exist in different time period. But the way to do it, you can exist when you have that enlightenment in the progression of your soul. So your soul can be in multiple places while your physicality is still here.
So seems that my soul, motion of my soul, knows and choose to be here now, and that's better for me. It's better for all the things that I do, the persons I have a life. You know, I think it's I don't know if you think the same way, but this how can I say, Mark, this chosen was made before I born or not?
Saying the soul
That's the
made the
point.
choice. The soul
Yeah,
made
the choice before, or it's a continuation. I don't know. It's hard
Yeah,
to
you do know.
understand.
No, you're correct. That's 100% correct. You made that choice. So to understand the relationship, what a brilliant conversation this is. To understand the relationship of the emotion and the intelligence. So the foundation is the trust, but the point is that there is a purpose in life. Life is not purposeless. So just because we may not have the intelligence to answer that question, or we want to answer that question in terms of the physicality feedback, right? So the point of life is so that you can work on the assembly line and manufacture a car and then retire and then die. Is that the point of life? No, life is for learning. So you can only learn in time. If you are out of time, then that learning, what you have done, is archived. And it's archived in your inertia RNA. And then when you go to another place and you shall we say, manifest in physicality, that physicality will carry forward that RNA inertia. And at that point, time begins again. And at that point, learning continues. So our reference to time is exclusive on Earth space because we base it on the rotation of the Earth and the number of times it rotates while it has to travel around the sun. So it has to travel 365 rotations around the sun. We call that a year. And that's how we measure the time. It is during that time, in time of your physicality, that you can learn. And so everything that you learned before you had your memory, that was already part of your RNA inertia field. So you are only able to add to that memory in time. And that time is from the time that you entered the physicality and the time that you exit that physicality. What we have now come to the point of learning is that we can continue this exercise and, as you say, be in multiple locations at the same time. And each one of them would be a learning experience. And each one of them would be adding to our knowledge. So this is a terrific conversation.
And that's the strength of the soul. That's new learning is you are increasing your strength soul.
Right.
But Alex, could be a person, a soul that it's a illuminated soul that she is on the future, but came only, like Mr. Keshe, came only to help, only to teach us. He is here with matter state, and he chose this to give
That's
us
right.
this.
That's right. Of course you did. You didn't come here because of the glint in Daddy's eye.
Yeah, because I always says to the knowledge seeker that is every day with us. And because I do so many things in matter state, and I created another Claudia energy point in an energy state that do intentions, do many things, and and I do my things here.
That's right.
And that's it.
That's right. So if you see that process and you become aware of that process, then why would you not trust that process? Because that process is initiated by you, and you are more than just what you see in the mirror. Okay, so you are part and parcel of the creator. You're that you're that fragment, but you have all the attributes of the creator. So, you have an advantage over us because you have beauty. Okay, we have an advantage over you because we have strength. However, that doesn't mean that you don't have strength, and doesn't mean that we don't have a beauty. It's just a gradient. Okay, so it becomes a danger when you overcompensate. So you say, well, your strength is in how many muscles you have, or your beauty is in, how much makeup you put on your face, or your strength is based on, your academic acquisition of knowledge. But each of us is part and parcel of the whole. Each of us is a fragment of that. And so what we need to strive for is a balance, and there is a purpose on this planet, which I'm happy to say, because frankly, I have to admit that, I wasn't sure of the purpose on this planet. But, you have to have a purpose. I mean, what's the purpose? Otherwise, what is the purpose? There's no purpose. If there's no purpose to life, well, then, but that's what they'd have us believe. Well, that's not true. So we all have a contribution to make. Thank you. Thank you very much. Brilliant discussion.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Thank you.
Her soul decided to come here for its own elevation or evolution in a way, but also to enlighten the others. Do you think the souls are aware, Alex, of what's happening on this planet at this time? And some of them perhaps decided to come here and create and help along with this process?
Okay, so you're asking me directly, so the answer is yes, directly. The thing is that each of us has to learn in our own way. Okay, so if I you can tell me, and maybe I will learn, or you can tell me and I'll say, well, I'm not sure if what you're telling me is correct. So you say, well, don't stick your finger inside the electric socket. Well, I don't know if you are an electrician or if you're knowledgeable. So I'm going to go and find out myself, and I'm going to stick my finger in my electric socket. Now, I may not survive. The shock may be so big that it'll kill me. Or I may get a second chance and say, whoa, Mark was right. I shouldn't stick my finger in that socket. And fortunately for me, I lived to tell about it. Well, that's exactly how I feel because, when I found out how to eradicate cancer, I got a second chance and I was 40 years old. Okay, so the doctor gave me 6 months to live, and that was 35 years ago. And I said, well, you have all that education, you have all that knowledge, and you are 100% wrong. And you convinced me that you were right, and I believed you. And I went that way, and I discovered that you were wrong. But it would have cost me my life to find out. But I got a second chance. So within 3 weeks, I got my health back. Within 3 weeks, I went from being able to kick a soccer ball only 10 yards to being able to kick it 60 yards in 3 weeks. So what we're talking about is a rate of change. And then, I had to confront the issue. And the issue was that I tried it this way, it didn't work. I tried it the other way, and it worked. But nobody believes me. So what do? Do I go back to the other way and say, oh, it worked, but, I don't believe it? Or do you say, thank you very much. I got a second chance, and now I'm going to find out more knowledge. And that's what I did. But it wasn't without penalties along the way. Because, when you are kind of leading, you're the scout, and the rest of the caravan is, waiting for your answer, and you come back and you say, hey, I've got the answer. And they say, yeah, let's get a second opinion. And this has been the problem with the Keshe Foundation. We have the answer. We have the technology. We've demonstrated the technology. But, if you're refusing to, look at the obvious and, in just a basic relationship, do you love your partner? And how much do you love them? This is what the dilemma the one-armed fisherman had. He caught a fish that was that big. So, we have to understand that there's more to understand. And then we have to have the trust in that. That's really why we're all here. Otherwise, we're squandering a beautiful afternoon. But, as we talk, people are dying. And these people are part of our humanity. So the rate of change is not fast enough. And we are part of that change. That's the purpose of our life. Our life is to learn. And if we can't learn from our mistakes, we can learn from other people's mistakes. And if we can't learn from that, then we can learn from our history. That's what the purpose of history is. So thank you very much. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, anyone else being prompted or provoked to raise an issue or a question? Feel free. Again, nobody's going to criticize you or take exception with you. They're just going to explain the way they see it.
Well, the way I see it is Claudia and I can take over, and I can sit back and munch on potato chips or something.
There'll be plenty of time for that, Alex. You mentioned the brain a bit, and I know some people say you don't want to think in this whole process, But as we see in one of the videos we play, the secret is in the brain and the spaceship is within the soul of the man. And of course, we know the soul is within the cranium, let's say, of the man. So is the brain playing? He said the brain of the universe works the same as the brain of the man. So does the brain play, even though we think of it as a matter state, it certainly looks like a half-sphere plasmatic spaceship reactor to me. Do you want to comment on the brain at all?
Yes, I do, because one of the shocking things to me was that there is such a thing as brain food, and that is calcium. And, when you look at the rest of the body, the blood flows through the body. But when you look at the brain, the blood flows around the brain. So what we think as an important part of the body, and it is an important part, the blood, we find that it isn't the most important thing as far as the brain is concerned. It works under different rules. And it is because of the bicameral mind, the left and right hemisphere, that it interacts. So it's the same principle as the cup of life, where we have the copper and the zinc comes together. But what's incorrect about this picture is that it isn't copper on one side and zinc on the other side. It's the relationship of the physical emotional state on one side and the relationship of the physical emotional state on the other side, and the gradient thereof. So the gradient on one side tends to be more on the physical side, and the gradient on the other side tends to be more on the emotional side. And since there is a crossover, the reason for the crossover is because it's going from the brain state, where the blood goes around the brain, to the physical state where the blood goes through the body. And so we find that the heart, as far as the body is concerned, is slightly on the left-hand side. Slightly. Okay? Slightly off center. And our convergence is slightly to the right. And so if we can be more centered, we would be in more balance. But that off-centeredness is offset by the gradient charge within our brain. So if the heart is slightly on the left, then the emotional MAGRAV context is more emotional on the right side of the brain. And then the left side would be the more practical, because so that the right side of the body would be more physical. And we know that is true because that's where the liver is. The liver is slightly on the right-hand side. And so what is the job of the liver? Well, the job of the liver is to purify all the cells of the body in physicality. But the liver is a plasmatic, operates on plasmatic principle, as does the heart. So if we understand that the organs understand how to exchange energy, then we have to trust them, because we do trust them. Are you sitting there thinking about, oh, heart, bumpity bumpity, keep bumping, or, oh, my liver, I need to, clean this up. No, there is no discrimination. The soul of the man looks after the entire body. It doesn't say, I'm going to do the heart on Mondays and I'm going to do the liver on Tuesdays. And then, we'll do the spleen once a month. And, maybe weekends, we might do a lung. It doesn't work that way. Everything that needs gets fed. Everything. indiscriminately, unconditionally, and come forth with the emotion, the interaction, the feedback from the physicality, and the feeding from the brain. And all of that is connected to the soul. So that the soul becomes the writer of the body, the writer of the physicality. And it's based on the image of the creator. So what part of the creator is our image? Is our image of the physicality, or is our image more related to the conformity of the brain? I never thought about that, but I'm thinking about it now. And, that really makes sense because we know that the mind is the builder. Good question. Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, no, he said that this double hemispheric brain is not a unique creation in the universe, but it's not a common creation. So this double hemispheric side, is this part of what we're referring to as twinity in a way, in combination with the soul? We see the creator in Mitra, we see the magnetical and gravitational, the yin and the yang, and all these other things. There seems to be a twinity process quite prevalent in the universe, or at least within our understanding at this point.
So I think the point of today's presentation has been well absorbed. And I appreciate your comments there, Mark, because it shows that you've been listening. Thank you very much. It's excellent.
Okay, anyone else have a point or a question? So back to this Pico again, I have a strong feeling that Mr. Keshe built up from the below Pico into the Pico and then back into the nano and the matter state. This is what he actually showed, but was hidden in a way. Again, this is part of getting rid of the Big Bang Theory. He didn't go from large pieces of gold down to small. He created a small interaction, and then that built up into creating the atoms, or the combination of atoms we saw manifest or appear on camera. So again, I think he's using this Pico understanding, as he referred to the creator as small, weak, and a giver. But as you say, you have to know how to set these systems up. They look like they're parallel, but I see some small angles on these reactors and other things that I think you showed a picture of the reactors there. And one seems to have a bit of a tilt. As he said, this is 40 years worth of understanding this science. So it's not something we can pick up in a second. But it does look like the reactors were set and staged, and of course certain materials within them that wasn't a GANs, as I understand it as well.
Well, there you go. You see, each of those reactors is differentiated, isn't it?
Are we showing the reactors here with the gold? The one there, okay. And then you had a close-up of one, I think, somewhere along the way. And we could see it. Yeah, now here you go. You look at the one on the right, you could see the top of it seems to have a little different angle than the one to the left of it. Would you agree with that? Slightly different. You see the top of the housing here. Or it could be an illusion, but it does look like these are set at slightly different angles to interact.
You could have a point, Mark. The picture is deceptive. So it's not a conclusive picture, but what is conclusive is that each of these reactors, although the configuration is identical, the contents of the reactors is different.
Right. But again, this could be you and this could be me, and we see an interaction of fields. we're huge field generators, and this is the point I think he wants us to understand. And we're even creating cosmic rays within that brain structure. So you're thinking about gathering cosmic rays, we're actually creating cosmic rays within that combination of the left and the right hemisphere and the soul, most likely. Again, I'm still in the nursery, let's say, but we're learning a little bit more to how to crawl.
Well, I have to confess that a few days ago, I had no idea what I was going to talk about today. And Mr. Keshe has mentioned that many times, how, Rick puts up a intro and it's very relevant to what Mr. Keshe had intended to teach that day. And, what is rewarding to me personally is the question and answers discussion that we've had today. It's really, really gratifying and encouraging to hear these questions and to hear this dialogue, because I think frankly all of us are starving, really to hear that, and it all stems from not being able to put the whole picture together, or to get some kind of guidelines, and so I thought maybe I'd bring some kind of basics together, and it's ignited a magnificent discussion, which means that we are all asking the same questions, and we're not getting the total answer. So we need to get a basis so that we can rest our trust on that. Okay? We can't have this trust that is kind of fluttering. Well, I'll trust it on Monday, and I don't know about Tuesday. We have to trust it all the time. All of us here on the panel have spent an enormous amount of time, and the payoff is here and now, because this understanding, this emotion, this intelligence, it is, by having this trust, it has a calming effect. It has a peaceful effect. And so each and every one of us is able to navigate through life with a more contented viewpoint. And this allows you to then transmute in your dreams to further add to the knowledge. So the amount that you can absorb is totally dependent on the amount of trust that you give to the system. And that is true, because if you go to bed and you try and say, I'm going to go to sleep now, you'll never go to sleep. You'll be sitting there for 2 hours and you'll be exhausted. And then when you say, oh man, I just can't get to sleep, I'm just so totally tired, I give up. And at that moment in time, boom, you've gone to sleep. So you cannot physically dictate, the terms. You have to trust the emotion and the intelligence of your soul, as Claudia says. Thank you very much today for allowing me to present. I think this was very exciting, and it just shows how important our mission is. Thank you.
Right. I think Claudia's question was very apropos. We're all been searching for what is this void or this emptiness in the way we feel. And I think you said the knowledge seekers are trying to fill it, but isn't the whole humanity trying to fill that void? And of course, you try with a better job, perhaps getting married and having children, getting a new car, or something, but all those are very short lived. They don't give that satisfaction. that we're looking for. And of course, most of the people don't realize there's an energy dimension. So maybe they try bowling or they try, football or something else, but none of it leads to that a more complete satisfaction of understanding who you are and what you are in the universe. So this knowledge fits perfectly, I think, within the space that everyone's looking to fill, but most people, including myself, never realized there was this really vast energy dimension and knowledge that we could actually feel quite satisfied in getting a grasp on it, rather than the new job, the new car, the new wife, the new home, and all the other things. They never end up satisfying for very long for most people. So again, we're blessed to be here, that we can have some calmness and understanding more about this creation process. And it doesn't just fall out of the sky, I guess. It does take a little work on our part. And we're still continually working on it. Anyone else want to raise a point or a question or make a comment? Alex seems to be quite tickled today. Are there any further thoughts or comments from anyone? Alex, any last comments or any last comments anyone else would like to share with us? Again, continuing in this idea that the Keshe Foundation does need more support at this point in time to get us over this shortfall or whatever's going on in the background. I'm sure, as I said, if Mr. Keshe didn't need it, he certainly wouldn't ask for the support.
Well, that's another point, isn't it? We have to ask for help in a timely fashion. We're all interdependent.
Go ahead, sorry.
I just said we're all interdependent.
Okay, until we apparently separate now, is that your understanding that when the physicality dies, the soul of physicality also expires? I always thought we took it with us, but now he's saying we need to find a twin to interact with, even though I believe, as he said, the creator didn't interacted with himself, I guess, and created Mitra and so on and so forth. So maybe our soul of physicality does expire at a certain point, or is, as Mr. Keshe has said a number of times, where he went to cemeteries and other places where he released the soul. Now, whether that was the soul of the man or it sounds like the soul of physicality. But again, this knowledge is very, very deep and highly interconnected to put it all together.
Well, these are definitely tough questions, and I think if Mr. Keshe has an advantage. He's been involved with the research, and so he's been able to see the practical application of his theories. So this conversation that you just brought up, this is not a frivolous conversation. Now that we are starting to expose the truths and the reality, our difficulty is to compare it to our existing knowledge, and it's shaking us at our foundation. That's for sure. But on the other hand, it's a question that's not been answered. So why hasn't it been answered? Because what we've had put forward as an answer, which usually is "I don't know," is not acceptable. So, we have to, shall we say, dig deeper, but we don't have to dig deeper. We have to dig smarter. we have to understand the truth of the reality as opposed to our, shall we say, our interpretation of the reality. Our interpretation is important for us in terms of our peacefulness. But, you know, if we don't understand that our neighbor needs to be peaceful as well, then we are missing the whole point. That we are part of the community, and the community needs to be peaceful. And in our contribution to that community is to be peaceful. So that's when you get the harmony. And once you have that, then you have the prosperity. And, you know, the talk is cheap, the action is direct. And so we as knowledge seekers are enlisting the services of our souls and making sure that we give to our neighbors whatever we can. And I'm sure you're going to be reading our Universal Council's wish today. So I'll pass it back to you, Mark, and thank everybody for being here.
Okay, I'm not aware of the Universal Council's wish for today. Guess I haven't been briefed in on it. But I would like to show again the three wise men. Can I take the screen, Alex?
Yeah, by all means.
Okay, here we go. And let's bring up our, oops, I think we'll just go there. Let's just bring up our three wise men. And again, this is why they're calling them wise men, but it's for you to apply it. The thinking, speaking, I'll share this, and acting good. And most of us have missed this, but I think this is an important, integral part of the whole operation. I remember Christ saying in the holy books, if you think it, you have as much as committed it. So this is where our brain and our interaction in that dimension, in that energy dimension, can actually take us to different places just through those energy interactions. So again, consider applying the gifts. If you'd like to receive a gift, here are three for you to receive and to actually work out in your life more and more as I see it. These are huge shielding and also enlightenment and keeping you from getting entangled in too many fields that maybe you don't want to get entangled. But we're all growing into this knowledge. So I'd like to play the a couple of ads with the spaceship flight system that we saw, and perhaps this is what we'll see the drone technology grow into, because he's talking about the future of drones, and perhaps this is part of the flying car and delivery systems and the rest. So I'm going to play that, and the alkalizer is also in this video, so you can find that alkalizer picture in the Keshe Foundation store, and then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end for now. As we know, the knowledge never ends, and we keep going with it. And a lot of beautiful times are ahead for humanity, and we want to thank each and every one that's here, that your soul has brought you here for a specific reason. Again, I think to find out more about yourself and the creation, but also to disperse this knowledge and bring this planet into more association, let's say, with the universal community. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. I'll play these clips. Any other comments? So I think this is perhaps what the drone technology in a way will lead into. As he said, we have to accommodate all. If people are not comfortable at the point in time of using the energies of transmutation, they can use the physicality, and that will probably, in a way, enlighten them into accepting what they can do or that they haven't trusted in. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the next meetings. Thank you again, Alex, for continuing to share with us.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
Water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.